And synced. Okay. We're going. We're doing the thing.
We're doing the thing.
It's What's Up. So, this will definitely be the episode where we do our big boy galaxy brain talk about 13 Sentinels.
Boy, howdy is a galaxy.
There's a lot of brain there. Which we'll be talking at length about, I expect. But, we're not going to do that right away.
No.
I was talking about this just a second ago off mic with Lucky and with some of the patrons who are listening live. It is a game that is built on twists and reveals. It has literal mechanics so that you can't progress certain points in the story until you find out other stuff going on with other characters. So, we're going to put that to the back half, whatever that looks like, and give you plenty of spoiler buffer if you want to check out this game, because you should. Holy shit, it's really good, guys.
Yeah. Again, my biggest complaint about this game is that I can only play it once for the first time.
Yeah, and it is truly, this is what I mean by those reveals and stuff. Like, it is truly a game that you only really get to unpack for the first time ever once. And, like, follow these stories and these beats. And while I can give you semi-spoilers for our discussion later, I figured out a lot of the twists before they came out, but that still doesn't mean that, like, I'm not engrossed following along these characters, and I'm like, okay, when are you guys going to realize it? When are we going to actually explicitly tell it to you, the characters? Because I do genuinely care about all of these kids.
I think the way I put it is I set this on Let's Talk FGO yesterday. It's like, it's a puzzle, and just because you can see the puzzle ahead of time doesn't mean it's not complete until you put down that last piece.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, okay, I can see the high-level picture. I know what you're going for here. But, like you said, it's not really over, and you don't feel like it's over until you slot in that last little bit. And then they give you a post-credits, and I was like, oh shit, there's more?
And it's good.
Post-credits is actually quite long. No, it's important, but we'll talk about all that later. So, Lucky, I think we have two big safe topics we can go over that are relevant to this last week.
Yeah.
And obviously we may have smaller stuff back and forth as well, but I think the two I was thinking about was there was actually a Nintendo Direct this last week.
Yes.
Stuff was in it. It was good. And also, completely blindsiding us, I think, was the fact that Crunchyroll did the Anime Awards, like, last night.
Yeah,
we were busy recording last second ago.
Yeah, no. Well, here's the thing. Specifically with the Anime Awards. I know they're a thing, but, again, I'm not, like, super invested in so much the results and just understanding where the collective consciousness is in anime.
Yeah, no, and I feel like that, especially I feel like that, because I feel like most of the animes that were nominated here are either shit from the later half of the year when I was busy with other stuff and wasn't watching a lot of anime, or was just stuff that I was skipping anyway. So I'm like, okay, cool. I recognize some of these names, most of them. I never watched half these shows, and I may or may not in the future. But it's interesting to see. Well, we're talking about it. Do we want to just go ahead and get into it?
Yeah, we are. All right. So,
okay, so yeah, I've got the list of the nominees and the winners. Lucky has them too. Lucky should probably do the reading out the lists, because, like I said, you probably recognize more of these anime series and have seen them than I have. The only thing I want to say, like, high level, before we even get into the nominees and the awards, I will say, after reviewing it, I am slightly nettled, as somebody might say. There's only one nominee to Babylonia, which, okay, shout out, those spoilers. It was to, I want to make sure I say his name. Where is is a split in this arm? Yes, it's Crispin Freeman, who was Ziuzurdra, a.k.a. Gramps. And I have seen that scene in English. He has great delivery. But with these other character designs, with me realizing it's one of those things where if they hadn't nominated Babylonia at all, I would have been like, okay, this is clearly like it missed a deadline, or they just didn't want to consider it. But no, it's got one nomination in here. I feel slightly nettled it doesn't have more. Because not only is it part of a, giant-ass, multi-million-dollar franchise, the anime was also quite good.
Yeah, no, it was, Clover. It wasn't Cloverworks' first project, but it was one of their first high-level, big-budget projects, and
yes, and it was definitely one of their early projects once they got rebranded to Cloverworks.
Yeah.
Right? I'm also quite surprised because Sony owns Crunchyroll now. They haven't really done anything with that yet, but they that deal closed as far as I know. So that's I find a little weird that like there's no like what you call it. Fuck. Apparently this was presented by Precon.
Yeah,
so
no.
it's not like they don't know that gacha games don't exist either. I'm very shocked because there are a lot of big name voice actors in Fate. We've talked about this at length. Babylonia has really, really good OST and animation.
Oh man, I still listen to Absolute Demonic Front, the very first track on it, because I'm just like, yes, give me those violins, give me that choir.
Yeah, no. The main theme is really good. There's also a couple of other ones I really like. Like Fate has always had good music design.
Yeah,
and they do it very well in the Babylonia series. So that's my high level skimming this. Other than I'm glad some of these got mentioned in here. There's some old stuff. I'm actually quite glad that they were not animals, and even though My Hero did have a season that technically aired in the year zone that this goes in, it did not dominate the nominations or the award winners.
Actually, I
it
think
did get some in there, which is good. Because
looking throughout the actually, I feel like actually the nominees are actually fairly well spread. It doesn't look like there's any particular concentration of one anime throughout them all.
Yeah, I do think the only one that what I'm figuring is, and you'll see this as we go on, which we'll probably just jump to the lucky reading the nominees and awards and stuff in a second. The one thing I do notice is that Jujutsu Kaisen is everywhere.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected. It's a newer series that's very popular. I don't really know anything about it other than people like it. It's one of those weird shows that like clearly people who like watch things about people who watch anime heard of it, but I haven't heard of it externally. Like it's one of those things where you're just like, man, Jujutsu Kaisen is cool, and I'm like, okay. Cool for you, I guess.
Well, it's a solid shonen story, and it's animated by MAPPA, which is the other big thing about it. So
it's one of those weird zeitgeist things where I'm like, man, everybody says this is really cool, but I'm very busy and nobody really says why they think it's cool. As opposed to other stuff where like I have to like look away from Twitter on certain nights because Twitter anime and manga spoilers are nuts.
Yeah.
Like I think it's like even odds every week or so that a new My Hero chapter like trends on Twitter, and I'm just like, nope, Twitter man, don't write any descriptions. Fuck you. Stop. Nobody should know this exists. Spoilers should not trend on Twitter. Please don't.
If you can't talk to me about Astolfo's dick, you can't talk to me about fucking manga spoilers.
Yeah, poor Twitter guy. Oh, Astolfo tweeted for a long time. I fucking went to bed and woke back up, and it was still going. It was all 24 hours. Anyway, let's talk about.
Did that actually happen in the last week, or was that last week?
No, that was in the last week. I think that was early this week.
I don't think we need to really talk about it, but...
We don't really need to mention it. No, we don't know what's up.
But...
actually, yeah, there's one other thing was that this doesn't shock... and this shouldn't shock anybody, but also I do see that the second season of ReZero is also, like, everywhere in here.
Oh, yeah. I heard it's really good. I haven't watched it myself because I wanted to rewatch the first season, but that is pain. This whole series is fucking pain. Literally, it's pain.
Honestly, that's why I know a lot of people like it, but also it sounds painful. So I'm just like, I don't know if I need these vibes, guys. I know you people like it, but I'm busy with many other things.
Yep.
Anyway, yes, let's go to the show part.
All right, so we're going to...
I forgot. We jump right in. Before we do that, actually, I have one more interruption. I should read the Patreon list.
Oh, yeah, you should do that.
We've been going for almost 10 minutes, and I haven't done it. So, before we begin the actual segment, sorry to cock-block everybody once again. We're passionate about stuff. But I want to remind everybody this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp, Comics, Arc10, Black So G, Carlos, Qua, Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Kylie Denton, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Shiny Piece, I'm Getting Bomb, Soda Sono, Creeper, 7MVP, and Zach Reed. Excuse me. I managed to hold off that burp until I finished reading everybody's names.
Good job.
If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. You get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies, and it really helps us out.
Thank you.
Take it away, Lucky.
Alright, well, so, forgive me, I have to tab out of Final Fantasy XIV. I said it correctly this time. So I can read things. So. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm drinking soda right now. So, I just built up a couple news sites. So, let's see here. So, we'll just go from the top of the list, and we'll just go straight off with Anime of the Year. Like I said, looks like most of these have 6 nominations, and of course, there's only one winner. But for Anime of the Year, we have Appa Ranman, Beastars, Dorohedoro, Great Pretender, Jujutsu Kaisen, and Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. Now, Jujutsu Kaisen won, and I'm not necessarily nettled by this. It is a good anime. I watch it weekly. I read the manga up to a good point. It's definitely a bit more mature shonen anime, and like I said, the only other one that I can necessarily maybe having a good comparison is Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. Like I said, that was an independent one that came out of fucking nowhere and just slapped everyone like, check out this animation and story and characters. It was really, really good. Beastars and Dorohedoro are also very good, but they also apply to more niche audiences, I would say. They don't quite have the universal appeal as Jujutsu Kaisen has.
And I see some people commenting in the comments. I will actually say, like, while I haven't watched any of these, yeah, I know I'm a scrublord. I'm a fake anime fan. I'm just gonna go back and rewatch Code Geass and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure on Netflix again. Oh, though actually I haven't watched it yet, but Netflix did add Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan to itself with dub and sub.
Oh, neat.
Like this last week, so I gotta check that out too.
Oh, cool.
But like honestly though, like I know there's some fighting about people, but especially calling Jujutsu Kaisen as a like more mature, I'm gonna assume probably a little bit more of a reasoned, take on the shonen style.
Mm-hmm.
Those are very popular. That's why My Hero is super popular and wins all the awards, because it fits a shonen anime formula, but in a very reconstructive way that like actually addresses some of the concerns you get, and doesn't fall for all the same obvious tropes. Like, oh god, this is like the second season. Fucking if it's a spoiler. Like they do a tournament arc, and our main character fucking loses like a scrub lord. Well, he doesn't lose like a scrub lord. He actually goes out like a boss. That's arguably the best fight in that entire season. But, it still like does one of those things where, was it the semifinals? Yeah, I think he jobs out in the semifinals.
Yeah, because then after that it was Todoroki and Bakugo.
And Bakugo was very disappointed. That was not a cool fight.
No.
You thought it would be a cool fight, but it really isn't.
Todoroki's just like, nah, I'm done, y'all.
Todoroki's just like, I don't have the mental fortitude to give 110% versus Bakugo, whereas Bakugo was already 120% all the time.
Yeah.
You say that. I don't think shonen can literally be for adults because it's literally the young boys genre.
I know.
If it's actually for adults, it's actually seinen.
Yeah, I was about to say.
There are definitely gray areas with these series, but people were talking. Lucky, you talked about this earlier. The kind of universal appeal. A show that is good for families actually has a lot of strengths, and this is something that a certain era of kids movies and shows from like the 90s into the early 2000s really didn't get, was the fact that if your show can be enjoyed by both children and adults, that's way better.
Yeah, I know. This is why
honestly,
this is one of the reasons why we had the huge My Little Pony explosion, like, oh god, how many years ago? It was just because it was such a relatable show to both children and adults.
Yeah, I never actually like watched all of it, but I watched a couple of the early episodes, and I was like, yeah, no, I understand why this is a thing. I don't have time to watch all this right now. I think I was in my late teens or early 20s about that time, but it was like, I understand why people do actually follow this, because, and there were, I think My Little Pony really kicked off that revolution, right? Where it was like, oh shit, we can make children's cartoons that appeal to multiple people and revamp old brands. Also, I mean, you say adult main characters, everybody in shonen series looks like a fucking adult anyway. Also, this is really weird. This looks like a Western Mega Man cover, even though it's Japanese. That's hilarious.
Oh,
the link that just got posted in Patreon chat: Space Adventure Jump Comics. Space Adventure Cobra.
This looks like something straight from the fucking 80s, yo.
Oh, it absolutely must be from the 80s. Yeah, it was in Jump. I see the pirate. I recognize that guy. I bought some Shonen Jumps in my time. But anyway, let's keep going.
Anyway,
Anime of the Year. It's a broad category, and we've already expressed our slight disillusionment of the Anime Awards before because it's a mix of popular opinions and judges. But also anime, arguably, I think anime is even more like populist groupthink than video games are. Like, you can get some real people who are like, but my hero can't not win. And I'm just like, oh, but like, it's already won a shitload of awards, guys. We know it's good.
Please stop. All right. So next up on my list is Best Girl. And the nominees were Abigail Jones from Great Pretender, Katarina Claes from My Next Life as a Villainess, Chizuru Mizuhara from Rent a Girlfriend, Kaguya Shinomiya from Kaguya-sama, Noe from Dorohedoro, and Sayaka Kanamori from Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. Now, the winner of this was Kaguya Shinomiya, from Kaguya-sama. And while this ain't quite necessarily a win, it is still something I feel that is rightly so. Kaguya Lovers War is still going strong with its various arcs. I literally just read the latest chapter earlier today. And Kaguya is definitely a deep character who despite all her flaws, is someone who is very, very endearing, especially to the audience. Now, for these other ones, Kanamori's just fucking great. She's literally just great. But that doesn't necessarily have anything like character development or anything outside the goals. Outside her goals. Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. It's beautiful but brief. I think that's the best way I can say it. As something that was done originally, it doesn't actually, while it makes a great impact, it doesn't necessarily have a far-reaching impact. Like, what it has inside of its anime is what it's got. And like I said, like I was saying, it's fleet but beautiful, so it's good for what it is, but it doesn't necessarily have those long-reaching effects. Unfortunately, I did not actually watch Rent a Girlfriend. I don't actually know why. I think I just didn't have time for it. Same with Dorohedoro. Well, the reason I didn't watch Dorohedoro is because I actually read the entire manga. So I'm like, oh yeah, I know these story beats. I'm good.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some stories that when you know the beats already, you're like, I don't feel the need to get in here and watch this again.
And Abigail Jones, I'm sorry, I didn't watch Great Pretender either. Now, Katarina Claes, I do want to say maybe because she's just kind of great.
Katarina's great. You'll actually see a couple. That is a show I watch. You'll actually see some Next Life as a Villainous nominees, and I'm glad for that.
Yeah.
Because that was a show that like is actually like endearing and interesting, and I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something to be said for, as quote unquote best girl. There's something to be said for Katarina as the center of her love dodecahedron, right?
Yeah. So we move on to Best Boy. The nominees were Arnas Voldigode from Misfit of Demon King Academy, Kaiman for Dorohedoro, Kun Aguro Agnes from Tower of God, Legoshi from Beastars, Satori Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, and Shoyo Hinata from Haikyuu to the Top. The winner of this was, of course, Shoyo Hinata from Haikyuu to the Top. Now, I don't watch Haikyuu, but I know for a fact it is like the sports anime of... actually for like past several years.
There haven't been... I don't think there's been a breakout sports anime in a while. I know Haikyuu is a franchise. They've had a couple seasons that is like very, very popular. Gets a lot of top billing. I know a lot of people like it.
Yeah. Like I said, not like, again, not really gonna like be nuts about this one. Like I said, Legoshi and Kaiman were good. Arnas Voldigode, really, I don't know if I really necessarily call him a best boy. He's just... I don't want to say that. He's a guy who gives no fucks and does what he wants and looks cool doing it, so...
I gotta be real, we've said this like every year we've been doing our own snide commentary on the anime awards. I still don't know what the fuck Best Girl and Best Boy are about.
I don't, but whatever. Now, from there, like I said, let's try not to say too long in this. So we'll move straight on to Best Protagonist from this, which again has Arnas Voldigode, Katarina Claes, Midori Asakusa, Natsume from Decadence, Shoya Hinata from Haikyuu, and Yuji Itadori from Jujutsu Kaisen. Now, this was interesting. Best Protagonist, it was actually Katarina Claes from My Next Life as a Villainess. All routes lead to doom. So I do find this interesting, that she did not win Best Girl, but she did win Best Protagonist.
that probably reflects more on what people, both the judges and the audience at home, think of her. Like, she's the main character. She is obviously no. You don't understand. Everybody else is Katarina's best girl.
It is.
Also, I mean, shout out to her. This just like that's a really great that people like watch that series and had that kind of appreciation for a character to think she's the best protagonist. Because
also, I do want. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, like it's always been a really interesting take on the like I'm pseudo cheating my isekai life to be like, yes, I remember this game. I'm trying to cheat it badly, but somehow it works.
Mm-hmm.
Question mark.
So, also, I do want to shout out that I'm super happy that Natsume from Decadence got a nomination. You don't hear a lot of people usually talking about Decadence, but it was one of those animes that once I started watching it, I got immediately hooked and was like, oh no, what is happening? And it's one of those animes I still just rewatch like a scene in the final episode because they do my favorite thing of they do an attack and all of a sudden the ending theme just starts playing right there, and I'm just like, the opening theme starts playing right there. I'm like, that's just cue me, lights coming out of my eyes, screaming, just ah!
It's that meme about the guys on the couch.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Regular ass insert music, I sleep. Play the OP, real shit.
It is
That's a separate meme, but still, it applies.
It applies. So, moving on. When you have the protagonist, from there you must move on to best antagonist. So here the nominees are Akita Soma from Fruits Basket, Echidna from Re:Zero, N from Dorohedoro, Overhaul from My Hero Academia, Rachel, Tower of God, and Ryoma Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. Of course, I'm not saying of course, but Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen won. And I think that's fair because Sukuna is an interesting as a villain. So I'm gonna explain this. Sukuna, in Jujutsu Kaisen, the main character, Itadori, one of his tasks is he needs to gather up and eat the digits of Sukuna, this super evil, powerful, fucking evil demon spirit thing that existed a long time ago, and Yuji's the only one who can seal them. But in the fact of eating them, Sukuna slowly gets stronger inside of him and starts and exists inside Yuji. So, on some occasions, Sukuna will take over Yuji's body, or sometimes Sukuna will just fucking like help him or hinder him however he seems fit. He is a complete wild card in the story that is yeah. And he's a villain in the sense that it's not necessarily what he does that makes people do things, but what his existence means that influences things.
In TV tropes term, they call this the heavy. It's a character or force that is like really important because they set a lot of plot stuff in motion, but is not intrinsically the antagonist or protagonist.
Yes. And as I said,
they're a character that makes shit happen.
Yes. And Sukuna is definitely that. He's just literally chilling inside Yuji's body, but because of this, all these plots have gone into motion that usually directly affects Yuji and how he has to deal with shit. Like I said, I don't want to get into spoilers, but a lot of the arcs around it is either his own allies, quote unquote, maybe trying to get rid of him because they're afraid of the spirit within him, or outside evil forces trying to get to Yuji to maybe manipulate Sukuna. And Sukuna is literally just sitting in his fucking like mental throne, just being like, yeah, whatever, nerds. I don't gotta do shit. And so, not necessarily, again, so I kind of like, Lucky is, like I said, Lucky can't really fight that, but I am super glad that Echidna got, a nominee, voiced by the lovely, Maya Sakamoto, and just caused, like, several Twitter explosions in art and just stuff. It's great. Now, do I actually have anything else to necessarily say about this? I didn't watch Tower of God. I didn't. Crunchyroll promoted it too hard for me. I'm just like,
That's always one of those things with anime we've talked about where like, or just any pop culture, but especially anime, where like people will get really, really invested in stuff and push it on you super hard and just be like, "Ooh, I don't have the time right now.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't stop? You're trying to kill me here."
Mm.
You know?
So, I didn't watch that. I said Overhaul was good, but honestly, to me, he kind of just feels like standard, typical shonen villain.
Yeah, I mean, like, Overhaul is, I think, he's got some unique qualities in that he is such a fuckboy. But no, he was definitely in the arc. Like, his whole thing was, guys, you don't understand. I'm really fucking evil.
So evil. I'm bringing evil
I'm
back,
like,
baby.
I'm a real little shit, and you will not like me. And we're like,
okay.
Like, yeah, no, you have a leitmotif. That's cool. I hate your guts. I can't wait for you to get punched.
And punched he did get. I said Akira Soma is also not necessarily the heavy, as Mega put, but someone who is kind of a fuckboy. And you're just like, oh, they're hard to like. Let's see, when is the final season of Fruit Basket coming out? I don't fucking know. But soon. And N is N. Like, I can't explain N unless you actually watch Dorohedoro, because it's just one of those things I'm like, I can't actually fully encapsulate this person. So, we're gonna move on. We move on to Best Animation, and our nominees were Beastars, Great Pretenders, Jujutsu Kaisen, Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, Princess Connect Redive, and God of High School. The winner of this, surprising maybe a few people, but not me, was Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. Now, people might take a look at the first look at Aizoken and actually wonder about the character designs and this, but actually, if you actually sit down and watch it, you will see a lot of beautiful landscape sceneries and just frame animation that is rightly just goddamn amazing. And especially since it is a anime about making anime, it's layers upon layers. It's great. I am glad to see that Princess Connect Redive actually did get a nomination, because its animation is actually fairly good. It's not the best of the best, but they do put a lot of effort into their colors and into their animations. Again, I have to say, I did not watch God of High School or Great Pretender. But Jujutsu Kaisen was being animated by MAPPA, which, if you guys know MAPPA, you fucking know MAPPA. And Beastars, who did Beast? What was the name of it? Was it Orange Studio? They did Land of the Lustrous, if I remember correctly, and while they didn't bring necessarily that high level of detail, it was still good stuff. So, like I said, no stones thrown here. They're all good stuff, I'm assuming. Now, we move on to, speaking of animation, to Best Fight Scene. And here's where I get nettled. This is where I'm fucking nettled a little bit. Because here's our nominees. We have Barracuda versus Darkguard Vecta from Sword Art Online, Brawler versus Master and Akadama Drive, Deku versus Overhaul and My Hero Academia, Jin Mori versus Han Dawi. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce Korean names, so if I butchered it, please forgive me. Jin Mori versus Jekyll Tick. Also, these both are from God of High School. And then Satoru Goju versus Roman Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. Note, there is no fucking Babylonia insert here.
Nope.
At all. Where, if you guys have watched Babylonia, like, many of the Taiga fights were amazing. The Ushiwaka versus Gorgon fights were amazing. The fucking Quetzalcoatl versus Tiamat fight was amazing.
No, there was a shitload of really good animation budget in there, and it's not referenced at all.
It's not referenced at all. That is a goddamn shame.
And they did give 2 God of High School fight scenes.
Yeah. Now, again, I do have to confess, I have not seen God of High School because I do not know how actual good they are. But I could have feel like they could have given up maybe one of those and gave it to Babylonia. I'm like, but it's all kind of moot because best fight scene goes to Deku versus Overhaul from My Hero Academia, which, to be super fair, was actually a really good fight scene.
No, that whole fight was, I mean, that arc's really, really good, but no, that fight in particular was one of My Hero's infamous, we're taking out all the stops. We will, in fact, plus ultra our animation, and like, yeah, no, it's spicy. It's a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because, as we talked about, like, as a character type, Overhaul exists only for you to hate his fucking guts. So to watch him get destroyed by Deku going 100% is like, yeah, no, that's what you want out of it. And, I mean, there's an argument to be made that, like, some people could say, well, it's not a fight scene. It's just Deku bodies Overhaul. But, I mean, there's action back and forth, and it's hauntingly beautiful. Like, it's crazy good animation.
But again, so I don't know which one I'd rather have. No, I think I would have rather have Quetzalcoatl versus Tiamat.
Yeah, no, that's got its own music notes. That sequence also involves the main theme, which we've talked about before. That OST is really good. So like, no, that's a really, really good example. That is also one of the times when, again, they do the Sakuga style. Like, the animators are just like,
we're going ape.
Yeah, it's like the director approaches the animators. He goes down into the pit, you know, into the bullpen, and is like, "Guys, go nuts. You know, just doodle whatever. I don't care. The computers are ready.
Go."
And they went. Boy, howdy.
They did go. So, next up, we got Best Score. Nominees are Lisa Okehazama for God of High School, Kensuke Ushio for Japan Seeks 2020, Kevin Perkin for Tower of God, Orutaichi for Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, and Satoru Kosaki. Excuse me. There was double value in there. I was like, wait a minute. For B-Stars. And also, excuse me. Oh, I see what they did here. They fucked up. They fucked up their own family. Yutaka Yamada for Great Pretender. Now, unfortunately, Lucky Ass Events, I have only seen 2 of these, and while their scores were pretty good, I don't particularly note them. Who did win was Kevin Penkin. Oh, it's Penkin, not Perkin. Penkin for Tower of God. I don't know. Lucky, like, when it comes to music, especially, Lucky usually has a bias. If I see fucking Suwano Hiroyuki or Yuki Kajiura, I'm like, them, only them. They are the best. But they're not. Actually, I think they do. I think they did some stuff. I don't know. But again, so unfortunately, I don't have any feelings one way or another on Best Score. Now we move on to.
I mean, for score, I just want to insert. I haven't watched or heard any of these, so no comment.
So next up, we got to Best Director. Nominees are Hiro Kaburagi for Great Pretender, Mamoru Hatakayama for Kaguya-sama, Masaki Yuasa for Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, Sunko Park for Jujutsu Kaisen, Takeshi Sano, Tower of God, and Yuzuru Tachikawa for Decadence. Winner was actually Masaki Yuasa for Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. And again, I think that's fairly deserved, because Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken came out of nowhere, wowed a bunch of people, and then just left in a giant explosion like I'm out, y'all. Like I said, it definitely had a super strong impact, and I think it was well deserved. Yeah, I don't think I actually have anything else to say. So we'll move on to Best Character Design. Excuse me. So nominees are Ganesh Chan and Yusuke. Excuse me. Yoshigaki for being a brand new animal. Masashi Kuro and Miho Tanino. Original story by SIU or Sui, Tower of God. Is it just Sui? Then we have Mayuki Ito, original designs by Iro Aida, Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. Naoyuki Asano, with original designs by Sumito Owada, Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. Rumiko Takahashi and Yoshinuta Hishinuma for Yasushime, Princess Half Demon. And Yoshiyuki Sadamoto and Hirotaka Kato for Great Pretender. Which one? This one was actually the character designs for Totally Bound Hanako-kun. And I'm okay with it. That is a series that I want, and I do have to say the character designs were very good. They were very interesting. They definitely played up on kind of a cutesy but almost dark kind of style. And they popped very, very
Yeah,
well.
so looking at this list, this seems like one of those things where just like it's just an honor to be nominated because having seen at least the character designs for most of these, and I assume the rest are on par, especially because like I haven't seen anything out of Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, but it won, so
yeah,
it probably I presume deserves to be here, especially because Lucky didn't say it was shit and didn't deserve to be here.
Nah,
so
I liked
it. Nah, all these I know are pretty good looking. So.
Mm-hmm. But nothing much more to say on that. Let's move on. So next one comes next category. Excuse me, is best couple. I did have a bit of a keck with a couple of these.
Yeah, no, I think I know one of them.
So, starting off, we have Katarina Kless and Maria Campbell from My Next Life as a Villainess, Chizuru Mizuhara and Kazuya Kinoshita from Rent a Girlfriend, Kaguya Shinomiya and Miyuki Shirogane from Kaguya-sama, Kotoko Iwanagi and Kuro Sakuragawa from Inspector, Lakoshi and Haru from Beastars, and Nasa Yuzaki and Tsukasa Yuzaki from Tonikawa, Over the Moon for You. Now, I don't think this necessarily surprised anyone, but Nasa Yuzaki and Tsukasa Yuzaki won. Tonikawa is fucking great, y'all. It's made by the same creator who did Hayate, the Combat Butler. And it's just a slice of life romantic comedy between newlyweds. And it's just fucking great. It's filled with anime references. The manga is literally filled with FGO references, and it's fucking great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which, by the way, if you don't know what that is, that's that series.
Yeah.
You've probably seen the images.
Mm-hmm. But, again, all these are really good for various reasons. Like, fucking Katarina and Maria, I mean, that's one of those couples you don't expect. Like, no, I feel this. I ship this.
I mean, that's part of the point of the series. Because Maria's supposed to be the Otome game heroine, but Katarina, as the rival character, just keeps fucking it up, and arguably...
I remember there was this one week when it was airing, one of those, top picks or those lists for, like, best couple, and Maria Campbell and just insert other character just dominated, like, 3/4 of the list.
Yes, because, I mean, that's the point of the genre the anime is, and the light novel series is referenced. It is an Otome game, but also...
Okay, I'm fine. Sorry, I jumped off a cliff thinking I could fly, but I forgot I did not have my chocobo on me.
Rip.
Yeah, I'm okay, though.
But not rip. But yeah, that's a funny one. I don't know much about a lot of these.
Rent a Girlfriend is an interesting premise, and I would like maybe I don't know if I would watch the anime, but I might actually read the manga.
This is one of those things where like best couple is one of those categories where you definitely have to watch all these series to really get it, because you don't really like, you can say people look like a cute couple, but like if a lot of people haven't seen My Next Life as a Villainess, they might not realize that while true, that's also a very funny thing to say as a nominated pairing, right? Like because of the nature of that series. So I feel like this is like one of those double. I can't really comment a lot on these because I'm not super familiar with them.
Yeah, Kaguya and Miyuki are as good, but I'm pretty sure once they get into the next season, where I think they did announce it, but people might forget, but Kaguya-sama is actually considered a seinen series, and while it's very comedic and lighthearted at times, it also deals with a lot of super dark topics and whatnot. And hopefully in the next season we'll actually start hitting on that a bit more, and as we see their relationship evolve. Inspector was good. It was one of those Crunchyroll originals that kind of flew under the radar. Has a really interesting premise, and I really like it. They did announce the season 2. I don't think they'll necessarily win Best Couple, but I am happy to see them nominated. Legoshi and Haru is great. Again, Beastar Season 2 should be happening soon enough. Again, same with Kaguya-sama. Their relationship starts evolving and gets deeper and a bit more dramatic, so it'll be good. But all in all, at the end of the day, it has to be fucking Nasa and Tsukasa. It is literally the best. It's so good. It's so good. But we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. So this next one is Best VA Performance for Japan. And our nominees are Megumi Ogata as Hanako from Totally Bound Hanako-kun, Mitsumi Tamura as Sayaka Kanamori from Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, Riho Sugiyama as Minara Koda from Wave Listen to Me, Yuichi Nakamura, Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, Yusuke Kobayashi as Natsuki Subaru from Re:Zero, and Yusuke Onuki as Daisuke Kanbei from Millionaire Detective. Now, the winner of this was Yusuke Kobayashi as Subaru, and I won't say I'm necessarily upset, but I'm also kind of like, but why not Megumi Ogada? So, here's the interesting thing. Y'all have probably heard, if you watch JP, you've probably heard Megumi Ogata, but you might not think and know who she is. Megumi Ogata is that female voice actress who actually does a lot of male voices. It's kind of fucking wild. She's the voice of Japanese Shinji from Evangelion. She's the voice of Yugi and Yama Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh! She's the voice of, and I said she doesn't just do male. She's the voice of fucking Sailor Uranus from Sailor Moon. Actually, what is some of the other stuff she did? Because, oh yeah, she's Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, man, like, no, this woman has some goddamn fucking range, and her delivery in Hanako-kun was great. She plays like the playful air thing. It's like, oh, it was so good. I'm just like, but why not? Why not this one? It was good. It was so good. Now, to be fair, Subaru does have to do a lot of voice work. Some of it which involves just painful fucking screaming, which, hurts her soul a little bit. But, let's see, what else was she in that might be interesting? She was Valkyrie in the UFS Princess Valkyrie. Yeah, a bunch of roles. The woman's 55 years old too, by the way. She's been doing this a long time. Oh yeah, that's right. She was fucking Tierra Haribel from Bleach, the fucking Espada with nothing but underboob. It's like, no, that's good. It was
nerfed slightly in the anime.
Yeah.
Well, that's too much boob. We can't share that on primetime, Mr. Titty Kubo.
And this is a blast from the past. You guys might not realize it, but when Oh My God is first aired, it was only a 6-episode OVA. She did fucking the main character, Keiichi Morisato, just the college dude who suddenly ends up with a goddess. Like, the woman can go like a full range on male and female voices, and it's wild. So I'm just like, Dallas does say it's probably because Subaru had to do a lot of range in his performance, lots of despair. That is true. Like I said, Subaru is interesting in that he has to go usually from various levels of happy-go-lucky, I am the protagonist, to I am fucking dying right now and I can't even. But no, like I would have given it to, oh, excuse me, to Megumi Ogata, but it is what it is. So next up, Best VA Performance, English. I'm sorry guys, I don't want, like, nothing against them, but I don't watch dub, so I don't know these names and I don't know these performances, but I will deliver them.
Also, I'll be real, I only recognize like 2 of these actors.
So, but we will deliver. So, we have Aaron Phillips as Laurent Theory from Great Pretender. Anaris I am going to butcher this. Aniris Quinons as Echidna from Re:Zero. Crispin Freeman as Sedura. I can't. Omega.
Yasudra. I think.
Mm-hmm. Johnny Young.
I don't know you ever heard of terms. By the way, I forgot to say that's Old Man of the Mountain in Babylonia. In case you guys don't know.
Yeah.
Because some of our audience may not be aware of who does English voice acting of Fate characters.
So Johnny Young Bosch as Bam, Tower of God, Jonah Scott as Legoshi for Beastars, and Zeno Robinson as Hawks for My Hero Academia. Zeno Robinson won as Hawks, and I have actually heard a bit of their performance. I do think it's pretty good, but unfortunately, I haven't heard it.
Having listened to most of the series, both subbed and dubbed, not all the way, the English cast for My Hero is very good.
Yeah.
Funimation does good work, and they are bringing their A game with My Hero.
Yeah. Now, let's see here. Best opening sequence. We have Beastars, Wildside, Great Pretender, JP, Haikyuu to the Top, Phoenix, Jujutsu Kaisen, Kai Kitan, Kaguya-sama Love is War, Daddy Daddy Do, and Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, Easy Breezy. Now, I can't talk about Great Pretender or Haikyuu, but I will say all these other ones, choice. They're good. No complaints about any of them. Freaking Daddy Daddy Do was pretty much a meme for probably a couple months even after the second season stopped ending. I think it actually started chopping karaoke charts for a little while too, if I remember correctly. Same with I don't know if it topped any karaoke charts, but Easy Breezy was stupid fuckily popular too, and it was kind of a meme to take characters and do the opening and redo some of the opening shots with it. And Beastars, like I said, it was just good. I can't remember it was I can't remember the style of animations, but where you basically make a puppet, you make a pose, take a picture, and then move it, take another picture.
Stop motion.
Stop motion, thank you. Beastars, which won by the way, did a full stop motion animation that was really good, and the music really popped with it.
Yeah, it's important to note that when we've covered this category in the past, they do actually specify it's not just the song, but also how the actual opening animation is put together.
Mm-hmm.
And the end also. That comes up next. Spoilers.
So, again, I don't know if is that coming across?
Yes, that is actually coming across.
Yeah, Buster's usually a pretty good dog, but there's another dog, Missy, who's completely attached to one of my roommates' dad, and if he goes out of sight of her, she literally loses her mind.
Dogs are funny like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we shall move on, because I want to get done with this so I can play Final Fantasy, so I'm just not staring at a gate while it's raining.
Yes.
So
we'll power up. We'll power through.
So next up is Best Ending Sequence, which let's see here. We have Brand New Animal, Night Running, Dorohedoro, DDDD, Great Pretender, The Great Pretender, Freddie Mercury. It's literally the Queen song.
Yeah, they JoJo'd themselves.
Yeah, they
did.
Which,
by the way, is not a bad thing.
Oh no, it's not. But still, I need to point that out. Inspector, Lance Dance, Jujutsu Kaisen, Lost in Paradise, and The Millionaire Detective, Balance Unlimited. Jujutsu Kaisen's Lost in Paradise won, and I am 110 completely okay with that. I love that fucking song. I love the animation. It makes you want to get up and dance. That's how fucking good it is. Last Dance from Inspector was also really good. And I say I can't talk for Great Pretender or Millionaire Detective, but Dorohedoro's and Brand New Animals they're all right. So
I mean, if it's a Queen song, that part at least we know is good.
Yeah. So not gonna necessarily. Yeah. No.
Yeah, there's 3 categories left. Yeah. Which is just best genres.
So next up, Best Fantasy. On here is Descendants of a Bookworm, Part 2, Decadent, Dorohedoro, Dragon Quest, The Adventure of Dai, ReZero, Starting a Life in Another World, Season 2, and Tower of God. ReZero won, and I'm not necessarily upset about that. I think it's okay. Decadence was pretty good, but it wasn't the best. Dragon Quest, The Adventure of Dai is actually basically a adaptation of an old manga, and its style kind of reflects that, but so it's basically just classic fantasy trope. Doesn't really necessarily.
I'm gonna guess this is probably one of those things that Dragon Quest anime is probably like giga popular in Japan.
Maybe
because they fucking love Dragon Quest over there.
And Ascendance of the Bookworm is probably actually my favorite, but it's also because it's an isekai story. But like I said, there's been a lot of push on ReZero starting live in Another World, so I'm not necessarily upset about that. So, let's see here. Next up comes Best Drama, and our nominations are Beastars, Fruit Baskets, Great Pretender, Japan Seeks 2020, Sing Yesterday for Me, and Somali and the Forest Spirit. Fruit Basket won, and I'm okay with that too, because despite initial looks of, having kind of a school life romantic comedy with supernatural elements, this is actually a very deep and dark story that only starts coming to the forefront the deeper you get into the series and you understand what things are going on. So no, that I think it's completely justified. Beastars is in that same vein as it, discovers, as it explores relationship between interspecies, what is love, what is romance, what is your past in life. There's a lot of things, but Beastars also has the problem that it's still early in its story and it hasn't really hit all the hardest points that it can yet. Again, unfortunately, I can't speak about any of the other ones. I am a horrible person.
Honestly, I on the one hand, I feel like they cut down these a little bit, but also this is a weird triangle split between just fantasy, drama, comedy. Like this is where for most live action, well, and even cartoons too, but like most Western TV and movies, the sci-fi ghetto they talk about, where like, much like why some people think anime is just for kids because it's animated, that like somehow you should treat fantasy and sci-fi stories differently because they're fantastical or whatever. That said, I do think this is a pretty fundamental split a lot of people in the industry and a lot of fans will understand between fantasy, drama, and the upcoming comedy.
Yeah.
It just strikes me as kind of like, it's interesting.
Yeah.
What you can define a drama as is very, very broad.
Yeah. But, so our final category is Best Comedy with Kaguya-sama Love is War, Kakishigoto, Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, My Next Left Eyes a Villainous, Sleepy Princess and Demon Castle, The Misfit of Demon King Academy. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Kaguya-sama Love is War, I kind of feel that was obvious, but all of these kind of deserve to be on here, especially Sleepy Princess. Sleepy Princess is in the Demon Castle is actually very good. If you just want to laugh for a bit, I highly recommend it.
Also, shout out to the fact that the intern on what site are you specifically using? Is it the same one that you linked me earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, so shout out to whatever intern or whatever on the Pop Insider had to type that name every time of Misfit Demon King Academy, because they got the whole thing in there.
They do. Alright, well, I'm going to close those now, and now I'm going to play this fucking game.
Alright, yes, actually, we've been going for 50 minutes, which is good. I now have to go pee, so I'm going to pause the audio for a second. Lucky can continue to vamp on video and actually play Final Fantasy XIV for a second.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back.
I would say ReZero's fantasy is most horrifying in its relationship with the witches, but not necessarily anything outside of that. It's just the fact that the focus is between Subaru and the witches is just kind of the main point of the story. Alright, let me play some fucking story here in Final Fantasy. As soon as I remember where I'm going. Oh no, Subaru's experience in this story is absolutely horrifying. But Subaru's, experience is definitely not the norm. He's an outlier in various ways.
Okay, I'm back. Audio's rolling again.
You back.
Yeah, so that was our anime awards coverage. I feel like we were less salty this year because generally they managed to avoid the problem where My Hero was in every fucking category and won all of them again.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everything was fairly spread out, and while there was a couple of things that made me niggle at me, it was like, no, I can't.
Yeah, there's some stuff I feel like I wish it was nominated, but they do have to narrow it down to 6. And like honestly, probably the problem with Fate is that it's a huge fucking franchise, right?
Yeah, it is.
Like, and let's be real, we've talked about this before. Babylonia is fucking weird. It's the last fucking story arc in part 1, other than Solomon. So yeah, I don't know. I understand maybe why. I do kind of wish though that there was some stuff that they need to get out.
Yeah.
But no, like in general, none of these I was like there were a couple where I'm like, I don't remember hearing about this anime, but because I at least knew of most of the other members, I was like, well, this has been nominated. I'm gonna assume it's here. And like I said, Leggy didn't yell about how it was a travesty or anything to any of these, any of the nominees at least. So I was like, nah, I get it.
Nah, it was all right.
Okay.
Not long now, eh?
By the way, while Lucky was doing that, I attempted to crappily cobble together my own anime bingo, but it was very hard because I'm very, very bad at this. There's fucking, what is it?
Finally.
3 rows of 5 and 1 row of 4, so that's 24? Yeah, 24 anime titles. I cheated. I put 2 mangas in there, but that's also because I really, really like History Strongest Disciple and Air Gear, and they were never fully adapted into anime. But nah, I was like, fuck, that's hard, dude. That's hard for me to remember stuff.
Really, really.
Don't you sass me. I'll destroy you.
And when the dust is
Also, you
settled,
replied to me,
we'll
so you
see
gave
what
me an
we've
at,
won
which is there, buddy.
and what we've lost.
No, I like both Etika 7 and Etika 7 AO. I've never been shy about that. Some people are weird about it and other series because they're like, oh, but you negated the end of the previous series. Yeah, no shit. That always happens. Yeah, I don't know why most people don't like AO. Like,
I don't know. I like it.
It's not as action. Actually, it probably is more action packed because it's half as long. Like honestly, I do like it and I do think it addresses stuff. Also, that said, I feel like at the time in my life, as much as I like the mecha fights and the aesthetics are like really, really important to me for obvious reasons. Anybody who has heard me speak about Sky of Hope and also knows what Etika 7 and its sequel are about, you'd understand why. But also, that was at the time in my life when I was definitely catching on to the more philosophical themes of both of those anime. So I really liked them. And I've talked about this before. Speaking of dubs, AO is one of those series that I have to watch dubbed because there's way too many European names in the Japanese version that I'm just like, that's not okay for you to pronounce that way, Mr. Japanese man or woman.
Raise a glass to freedom.
Freedom!
Yeah, well, I think honestly, Etika 7 as a series, which I do believe it is, yeah, I believe it was anime only. I think manga adaptations came later. They went for the full 50 episodes, so they had a very long time to build out what was a coming of age arc. That's absolutely what that series is. AO was 2 seasons basically. It was just 24 episodes, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah,
and a movie, I think. Or something.
Oh, did they come up with a movie? Was it an actual sequel movie?
I think.
I don't remember. This is one of the things. It's hard to tell with Etika 7 sometimes. They've come up with several like movies and remakes and retellings. Like, I don't think I ever saw the movie Psalms of the Planets, but that was like a full-blown alternate ongoing movie series.
Oh, that's
what
it was.
Related to the... How does that work into the continuity? Devilish seems like he'd know.
Oh, alternative take.
Alternative take.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's one of those series that much like Code... why is it mecha shows that do this, Lucky?
I don't know.
Much like Code Geass, they keep being slight alternates.
Oh, yeah, no, like Gundam does this all the fucking time.
Yeah, Gundam has a lot of alternate universes and continuities.
Eureka 7, Code Geass... I feel like
Geass went out of its way. I remember the first High Evolution being announced. I should check out that series sometime. I really like Etika 7, guys. But no, I still like AO because I think that it did the thing where they have a new character, a new conflict, and new philosophical questions to ask in an interesting way. Yes, is the previous world of Etika 7 probably fucked by the context of the end of the anime existing? Yeah, but also the setting of Etika 7 was never really well explored. It was all about character dynamics and personal growth. There was a slightly fashy, militarized government in Etika 7, I guess. Honestly, I feel like you learn more about them from the PS2 games, which I also love, by the way. There were 2 Etika 7 PS2 games that actually had story, and they were very interesting. Because you started as a military cadet. So you were part of the vaguely fashy military guys, and then at the end of the first game, because your cute love interest who ditched the school like halfway through is ditching to join the weird counterculture guys who never really made sense in the original series. Fucking Gecko Crew is like, okay, you guys have a fucking counterculture magazine, but also I guess you sometimes do terrorism? Like, I'm pretty sure that gosh, I forgot. Was his name Holland? I think it was. It's been a long time since I watched that series. But I think his plan was just to run around with Ereka and Nirvash until she decided that something would happen. Which I guess that is how the plot kicks off, but it's a little weird when you think about it. So I think AO has a much more consistent like story and conflict and characters in there. But anyway, that was my tangent about how I do still like Ereka 7 AO, even though I know a lot of people don't like it.
I need to actually sit down and watch both of them. I know I watched them, but I don't think I finished either one of them. I'm like, wait a minute.
So to talk about series that I like, those are one of the few series I own entirely. Which in Ereka 7's case, I did the hard way. I bought the individual DVD volumes that are like 5 episodes a disc, so I've got like 10 of those motherfuckers.
Wow.
In DVD. For AO, I just bought the 2 Blu-rays. But yeah, no. Just like I said, doing that whole like 24 slots thing though is fucking rough.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I will talk about the Nintendo Direct announcements, so Lucky can continue to play Final Fantasy 14. Yay! Unless we have any other minor tangents you want to get out of the way while we're not talking about anything new.
Well, I guess I can talk about something. My PS5 finally came in. It showed up like a week earlier than it was expected. Thank goodness, because I was getting antsy. I was getting ants in my pants. Which sucks, because I do actually have an ant infestation in my room, and I need to spray some shit. But I got it set up, and boy howdy is this thing nice. These new menus, they're nice and slick and smooth. They did a whole bunch of little UI updates. Fucking Crunchyroll on the fucking PS5 is amazing. I was like, why don't you backport this shit? Well, they probably can't backport this shit, but...
Probably not, because I'm going to guess that... Well, actually, no, there's a lot of backwards compatibility.
But,
Maybe it just had, you know, what do you call it? The higher quality dev on the new version.
Yeah, probably. I haven't checked out what Funimation was like, but I'll see, because Funimation on the PS4 kills me.
Hey, if it is actually better, let me know, because that's one of those things that we both were looked at and I'm just like, oh, no, this is not good.
Yeah. But people are right. The PS5 is a big chunky boy, but it was able to fit in the same space that my PS4 did. Now, I'm thinking what I'm going to do with my little setup here is I'm going to pull out my old PS3, the one that I like to brag about, you know, being the Gen 1 PS3 that's still fairly backwards compatible. And I'm going to set that up underneath it, so I'll be able to play all PlayStation games from PlayStation 1 to 5 in just my little setup. Now, that means I have to do some moving around for my Switch, but luckily Lucky bought a wall mount for his TV, so now he has this sweet swinging TV mount that he can just move around his room. It's fucking great.
Also,
I love
gotta
it.
be real about the Switch. In terms of console size, I think the only thing more compact than a Switch is a Wii.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no,
it's not hard to move it to a new spot.
Yeah, no, I totally did. Once I get everything finished setting up, I totally will. Now, with my PS5, I'm glad we got that PlayStation collection, because now that I'm thinking about it, I was like, yeah, I really don't I don't need this PS5. I just wanted this PS5, but now that it's here,
you want it for future shit. Like,
yeah.
There are a couple of good games that came out that are available also on the PS5 or only for the PS5, but it's very small right now.
Yeah. Like,
but it doesn't mean you can, you could boot up Control Ultimate Edition and keep your saves.
Oh yeah, I totally did that. What you're supposed to do is just keep them both plugged into the same network, but I'm like, I only got one fucking network cord and I don't want to feel like fucking with the Wi-Fi. So I just literally uploaded everything I had to the cloud twice, just to be sure. You never fucking know. And then once I just had everything installed, I just re-download everything, and it works fine. I just picked up literally where I started off. I was like, this was fairly seamless. I enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I talked about that when I got mine. It's very generous. It's like, hello, would you like to transfer literally everything? Some of which I was like, nah, don't actually fill up my internal hard drive with all my old games yet.
I actually did that too. I actually went through all my saves and was like, I don't actually play this. Why is this here? Get rid of this. Yeet.
For me though, I did actually do it live at the same time but that's because the way my internet is set up is I have I guess it is kind of like a router. I've got a cable splitter for Ethernets, so because my Ethernet is piped up from our actual main router, because it comes in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
So it's piped up through my floor. I plug it into a splitter, and that has 3 cables that come out, and PS5, PS4, and my PC. So they were all on the same network. But yeah, no, it's very convenient and great.
Yeah, no. So looking forward to that. Like I said, all I've really done on my PS5 is I booted up Control to give it a watch some anime to see how that works. I think I don't know. Like I keep hearing some occasional weird sounds. Like, Omega, do you actually?
The fan is usually pretty quiet, but it does occasionally.
It does occasionally.
Loud.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it'll fire up, and it's very. I think it's because it's mostly pretty compact and fast. It does actually sound a little higher pitched than normal, but usually it's pretty soft.
Okay. So it's not mine. Okay. Panic. Like I said, like this PS5 literally just came from overseas. Like I was checking the tracking order, it like updated from March 3rd to the 19th, which was yesterday. And it said that it landed in fucking Canada. I was like, how did it fucking get to Canada?
Merciful Poseidon.
Merciful Poseidon. He taketh, but sometimes he giveth.
Yeah.
So that is happy news. And then, fun fact, I keep telling people, yeah, no, I paid for this PS5 with my tax return. Guess what came in today? My tax return. So I was like, yeah, nope. All is balanced as it should be. Probably to avoid the winter storms. I can see that. Actually, does the Pacific have bad winter storms? I know the Atlantic does. You see, when I was in the Navy, I didn't travel the Pacific at all. I only tried the Atlantic, and the Atlantic only has 2 settings. Either pretty calm or really fucking angry.
I don't know. I mean, I know they have a typhoon season, just like there's a hurricane season in the Atlantic, which, again, that's why one of the reasons why the Atlantic is not to be fucked with.
Yeah, don't fuck with the Atlantic. It fuck you right up.
Having lived as a Floridian for a long time, you know, it's a little ape shit down there.
Well, yeah, I am assuming the Pacific has its own fucking set of storms because it's not necessarily a winter storm. It's all the wind currents are basically moving all the fucking
it's a bigger ocean, so I could see them being more distributed.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hear of anybody getting blasted by a nor'wester in like southern or northern California and suddenly freezing to death.
Because I definitely know they have the bad storms up in the Arctic by like Alaska and whatnot.
Yeah. That's probably just due to like axial tilt and temperature extremes, though.
Yeah.
Climate is weird. Anyway.
It is weird.
Like you got a PS5.
I got a PS5. I'm happy. I will probably bug Omega at some point to see if we can figure out how to do some sort of remote viewing or some remote play even.
Yeah, because those tools exist. We just gotta figure out a date. And excuse me. Sorry. The calories are catching up with me. And just figure out what to like test on.
Yeah.
Probably RE7?
Yeah, no, I saw it. Well, actually, I saw it, but I'm also curious. Maybe I want to actually get the full version because one of my understanding is the one in the collection is the base version. Doesn't have any of the DLC and whatnot.
I have a DLC pack. That's true. The game does have a lot of extra DLC. I'd have to confirm that myself. I don't know. I haven't downloaded it, so.
Yeah, but like I said, Lucky was not necessarily like it was a game he was planning on getting anyway, so he would not be necessarily cut up if he just had to actually buy it.
Yeah, no. And actually, you are probably right. I just remembered that because I briefly thought about doing it as a stream, but before I found something else, I did download Bloodborne through PS Plus Collection, but it was also like this is already in your library because I physically own Bloodborne, so it probably is the same version as the base disc version.
Base disc.
Anyway.
Yeah,
no, it's great. It's great. It was very convenient. Everything's pretty slick. It switches pretty easy. It runs a lot of stuff. So when we come, I can come back to it later more, but like I've heard that apparently on basic PS4s, the final map of 13 Sentinels actually sometimes chugs because there's so many. Did you experience any of that on PS4?
For me, no, but I will also say Lucky was completely in the moment.
Yeah.
Because
spoilers, guys, on my PS5, I didn't have any problems. I was like firing out, going ape shit. I mean, I was getting single frames at a time, but that was because everybody was acting all at once, doing everything. It's got a very weird RTS. We'll talk about it more later.
Like I said, I was completely in the moment of like screaming, and it's like this is the final fight. So I might have been blind to any flaws.
Okay, so let us, speaking of video games, talk about Nintendo Switch stuff. Oh, actually, I should mention this too, because I think I ordered it like last Friday and hadn't arrived by last WhatsApp. I did actually get Super Mario 3D World Super Deluxe Ultra Mega Chicken Edition on Switch.
Did you call it Mega Chicken?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not the real game. I threw some extras in there.
Okay.
Is it just Actually, I don't even know. Is it just called 3D World plus Bowser's Fury?
I believe so.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the 3D World edition on the Switch. I picked that up. I've been playing it slowly at night to relax. It's fun. It's goo. Let us talk about, though, them Switch stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually have a list of what came out, so Mega's gonna have to
Yeah,
on this.
I pulled up a list of some of the major announcements. We'll probably miss some minor stuff because they did definitely do the Nintendo Direct thing where in the middle they were just like, and here are 5 million trailers.
Wish us luck.
It was... So Nintendo Directs are... I usually think most of them are pretty good. Some people get very snippy about whether or not it was quote-unquote worth it. I mean, when you haven't had one since September, anything is worth it. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, did you pay anything to watch it? Fuck, shut up.
Yeah, no. Like, I know that there are, like, dates and things that people are looking forward to, but, like, listen, we've just come off a very sketchy year, okay? Let's not freak out. I didn't realize it, but it makes sense. That's actually why it took so long for 13 Sentinels to come out in English. Because, hey, guess what? Those voice actors were recording when COVID started.
Ah.
They had to switch to recording in their closets. Which is apparently... I've heard lots and lots of people talk about the English voice cast being really good, by the way, and I've recognized a lot of names, so I definitely will at some point probably go back and like check out some of it in the English language. But I played in the original Japanese because also they brought their fucking A game on the Japanese cast too. Anyway,
I need a Spartacus
to
right
continue
now.
to tease you about 13 Sentinels talk. You'll keep at it. More news at 11. But yeah, so Direct came out. It had stuff in it. It's one of those things where when you're watching a Nintendo Direct, right, Lucky, where it's like, okay, this game's not for me, but cool for you, I guess, right?
Fun fact, Lucky wants the Nintendo Direct at his work because his job is really lax about that kind of stuff as long as I'm doing my work. I can put whatever I want on YouTube.
Yeah, no, you were here live. I was there too. I originally wasn't gonna, but when I realized everybody was, I was like, fuck it, I'm not doing anything right now. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things where like sometimes you're like, okay, cool for somebody else, I guess, you know? But the big headliner news, which confused lots of people for a hot second.
It did. I was confused.
Is that Pyramithra are coming to Smash as a double character.
Like good old like OG Zelda Sheik.
Yeah. You can switch between the two. They have slightly different attacks and effects, it looks like, and obviously different voice work and animation, but are mostly similar. Though I do think it's funny that it looked like on the trailer that like their final smashes are very similar but are working slightly different directions. So you might like switch based on where you're standing or whatever. I don't really know about the Galaxy Brains of Smash, but
yes, Dallas, fuck.
Yes, I was about to say people are as experienced. Toe's mad. It's almost like there's a shitload of Nintendo first-party titles, especially that involve chicks with tits and swords.
Yeah, who knew?
It's almost like that's really marketable.
Well, like I said, there's just so many characters that people want that I just feel like no matter what gets put in, someone's gonna be mad. And I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah, no, and also to be, I think a lot of people, honestly, like Smash shot themselves in the foot years ago by adding third-party characters. Because now nobody's fucking happy until their third-party character. Nobody will be happy until, and by nobody I mean like everybody will not be happy until fucking Sora's in there or Dante or whatever. They're not gonna put Sora in there. Did they put any Kingdom Hearts games on modern Nintendo consoles? Like Chain of Memories was on the GBA, but that was also like clearly a tech limitation thing.
Like maybe not Sora, but they could. I would like. I mean, Roxas maybe. Fucking 3.
That's true. 3 what days?
And it also they also had Dream Drop Distance.
That's true. That was a 3DS game. I honestly try to forget Dream Drop sometimes.
Yeah, so it was Chain of Memories, 3 whatever, and Dream Drop Distance, which they were all Nintendo hand-tied titles, but whatever.
It's true. And I do actually now we brought it up, Dream Drop Distance, the 3D game, was on 3DS, so like I think that was a decent headliner. I'm pretty sure Nintendo like slips people money to do these dumb gimmicks. Hey, if you call your name, if you put 3Ds in your name, we'll give you like $5. And Nomura was like, Dunzo. I already don't have any pride, Mr. 358 Days Over 2. I'll name my game whatever. But yeah, no, like, yeah, people are always going to be salty. I do think some people wanted more Fire Emblem characters, ironically. But just in general, I feel like Fire Emblem stands are they're a little parched right now. They're a little in drought, and I do agree with that. It's been several years since Three Houses hit, and their DLC is probably complete. And I know it does make me sad. I have this conversation with. By the way, I still have this conversation with people, not just Lucky, about the fact that I really wish there was a golden ending, but it's like we said, it's them sticking to their guns about the character design or the story design, and the second is also they did have a negative experience with trying to build people on a golden ending for was it Fates, I think.
Yeah.
Or was it it was Fates.
No, that's silly hoop, but I'm still saying they should just call it fun. Well, we'll get to it eventually.
Yes. But the fact that there is also no further Fire Emblem news is given the Fire Emblem kids the agita.
The vibrating.
But
we say that, but
especially vibrating after another announcement. We could skip right there.
Oh no, but I also want to point out that while that PR van and people are still screaming about where's their new Metroid and where's their new Bayonetta, where's their new Metroid, and
well, the problem with those games is Nintendo did the dumbass thing where they announced those a million years ago and have no news.
Yeah. And well,
like,
I could say Zelda as too, but we have something to talk about that later.
Zelda is an interesting one.
Yeah.
A lot of people. So speaking of fans who are jonesing, a lot of people are vibrating for Zelda because is it 25 or 35 years this year?
It's something like that.
It's one of those big name anniversaries, so people are like, they got to do something big. But they did a gimme. But let's see. Well, this is the article I'm looking at is completely out of order. So the Legend of Zelda stuff is actually next. So we can talk about that.
Oh, let's just fucking talk about it then.
Aonuma popped out. He was not the one more thing, but he was the second to last thing.
Mm-hmm.
He popped out, and he knew in the typical Japanese apologetic way. He knew how it would go. He even says, "Now I'm sure all of you out there are probably thinking, because you're seeing me, that we're going to talk about Breath of the Wild 2. I'm terribly sorry we have no news this time. We will hit you back up later this year for news."
Mm-hmm.
Which to me, where everybody did that joke where you're like, I bet you thought I was here to talk about Breath of the Wild sequel. Yes! I'm sorry, I have no new news. Fuck.
I'm pretty sure that's what everyone was like, yeah, like, we first saw, we're like, yes! And then he says, we don't, and we're like, no! It was a fake out!
On the plus side, I do appreciate that he's like, listen, we're sorry, it's still in development, we don't have any new news yet, but he said they would be back later this year, so, like, that's good. Like, speaking of games that were announced that don't have any details, Metroid and Bayonetta have nothing.
Nothing.
Like, those guys didn't even show up to be like, we'll talk to you later this year. But what he did have was Skyward Sword HD.
This is causing its own amount of drama, by the way.
Well, Skyward Sword is a little bit of a bastard stepchild in the Zelda franchise. Some people don't like it because it's chronologically the first game, and thus it has lore with a capital L, which gives people the agita. Some people are really, really old school fans who really prefer the old school style, which arguably Breath of the Wild does too, very well. Because Breath of the Wild is a very soft reboot of OG Legend of Zelda. Like, if you think about it, it's really the same ethos of just like, you're in the fucking wilderness, there's nothing around, go. Stab Ganon, go. Just, you got 30 fucking years of development or whatever. But, that's one of the reasons why people are edgy about Skyward Sword. The second is that they talk about this when they did the trailer. It required the Wii Plus motion controller and required very finicky motion controls to do stuff. Which is...
All right, Dallas, you're now banned from talking about anything negatively.
Dallas is just like yelling about it. Even though by the way, I love our quality here. Dallas is like, it's garbage, I hate it. And then Axe is like, I like Skyward Sword.
Mm-hmm.
Also, to be fair at your point, everything's cyclical. Everything was already cyclical. It was dumb. It was the same fucking point every time.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, you can call it, people talk shit about the lore or whatever. At the very least, I'm not opposed to the concept of like, hey, why do we keep having this conflict over and over again?
Yeah, I mean...
Well, let's explain it. Like, Skyward Sword didn't do anything new when they did that. They just created an in-story reason for the fact that you fight the same goddamn conflict 20 different times.
Well, but also in 20 different ways.
Yeah. No, like the games were already cyclical.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, there have actually been a lot of side games that involve different characters and conflicts or whatever. Like, it does interesting things. Like, look at Breath of the Wild.
Look
Like,
at Wind Waker.
Yeah, that's...
Wind Waker,
Wind Waker also was really, really good.
Twilight Princess.
Well, yeah, fuck you. Some people are evil. Go suck Ganondorf's dick on source filmmaker porn if you care that much.
Wow.
Listen, I think I've talked about this before. It's like people who do. I'm opposed to like dumb what ifs. Like I don't want to see what if Ganondorf was good. Don't do it. Why would you do that? You're changing things just to change things. Like, I mean, and he's had vastly different characterizations in different games. Like, and the presence of Ganon v Ganondorf is actually very telling. Like, look at, say, Breath of the Wild, where Ganondorf doesn't fucking exist at all, basically, right?
Almost a force of fucking nature.
Yeah, he's just Calamity Ganon. Versus, we mentioned Wind Waker, which is all Ganondorf. There's no Ganon at all in that, other than Puppet Ganon, right? And then the kind of middle ground with Twilight Princess, where you do both. Right? Like, there are a lot of modern games that do different stuff here. I don't think that, like, just because, especially because, like they said, it's the first one ever, I don't think it actually, like, fucked anything up in the lore.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why people don't like it. Other people, again, the motion controls were very finicky and very specific. That's why I believe Aaron Hansen of Game Grumps fame hates it, because he hates gameplay. I'll say it. Listen, this is hilarious. Aaron has very specific ideas about game design, and I think almost all of them are wrong, and I hate it.
I'm sorry.
He gets to talk shit on his million-view YouTube channel about games, and everybody online is just like, Aaron, you just don't pay attention to anything.
This is literally why we call the process of being distracted while playing video games Aaron Hansening.
Yes. And honestly, he has gotten better over the years about acknowledging that, like, yeah, he's distracted right now, and the game's fucking confusing him. But God, he talks so much shit about Wind Waker when it's like, you can lock on, it's this button, it says so on the screen, but he's like, I don't want to read tutorials. The game should teach me organically. How? How does the game teach you organically? Listen, just because Super Nintendo games didn't have tutorials and you had to read the fucking manual doesn't mean that those game designs are better. Most of those games were confusing as shit back in the day. I watched a big retrospective about Legend of Zelda not too long ago, and like, if you think about it, the OG NES Zeldas were super confusing. You don't know where to do anything.
No.
Even Game Grumps had to use guides when they played them.
Yeah, people, like, try to tell, like, oh, it lets you build your own path. It's like, no, it really doesn't. You just get fucking lost until you stumble into something to do. And
and like, honestly, games were designed that way because you didn't have a lot, and they were very limited in their resources. Like, you can do clever stuff. That's why, for instance, Hideo Kojima designed Metal Gear Solid to be a stealth game, because they couldn't render enough enemies on screen. So they're like, wait, what if we made it so you just could fight? What if you had to avoid fighting? And that created a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So, obviously, we can't fix story stuff.
Nope.
Like, if you have bones about the story, that's unfixable. But they did explicitly say, not only have they improved the motion controls, if you wish to play with motion controls, the Joy-Cons are much better and more sensitive about that, but also they put in a button-only mode. And I know some people were like, please button-only mode. And I said this, they have to do it button-only because you have to undock it.
Yeah.
And then literally he says, so on Switch Lite and playing in mobile, you can play it with the stick. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. A game that you can only play with Joy-Cons extended is non-existent on the Switch. And I think, like, this is one of my major gripes with Mario Odyssey, is that you can't do half the advanced techniques undocked. You need the Joy-Cons separate. You can't even do it in, like, combined controller mode, which is dumb, Nintendo. Stop doing that. Stop forcing motion controls. It's a cute thing. It should not be your main gimmick, because then you do stuff like people don't like Skyward Sword after 5 billion.
I could do more story
but
in
it's
here,
gonna
but
be
I'm
10
not.
years. Skyward Sword came out, and it didn't have an HD yet, so I'm actually not upset about this. Like, I want those Wii U ports out of Wii U hell very badly, just because, much like the PSP Vita, the Wii U is a hell zone to which video games have been banished. They need to be freed. Okay,
Free.
We need to do whatever that Jesus thing is, where he goes into hell and he breaks out all the souls. Do that, but to video games. But I'm also not personally upset. It's been fucking 10 years. It's the 35th year. They're doing a remaster of the game that hasn't been remastered yet. And I appreciate how Aonuma, who was the senior designer on Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild, was like, by the way, kids, in case you didn't know, a lot of the mechanics you love from Breath of the Wild are actually in Skyward Sword, nerds. So, like, while it was obviously framed very politely in Japanese and English, I'm like, no, I get it. He's like, hey, guys, you talk shit about my game all the time, but I put mechanics that you love in it, so the fuck? It's an interesting conundrum, but I'm interested. Like I said, I really want them to do Wind Waker and Twilight Princess to the Switch way more, but I'll suck it up.
Yeah, no. Again, people keep wanting the. See here now. This is where the bit of the drama I'm talking about comes from. They announced that this remaster is coming in at full price at $60, and that has some people with a bit of the agita, because like for example, Blizzard just announced that they're remastering Diablo 2 with a bunch of the little extra stuff, and that's its drop point is $40. So a lot of people have been wondering, like, why the fuck, Nintendo, are you giving us this?
I mean, I'll say this: Diablo is 20 years old, right?
Yeah.
Diablo 2, like, it's quite old in the mind space. They've probably made a lot of their money significantly back. Like, Nintendo's very weird about remakes and stuff, but like, this has a completely different control scheme in it, guys.
Yeah.
That required significant dev time. Okay, like, I don't know how much work has been put in Diablo 2 Remaster. Can't say. And I can say, like, as a guy who bought, and I do still kind of enjoy, because it'll let me play Sunshine for the first time in forever, and it lets me play Galaxy without busting out my whatever. Nintendo does do some very lazy, quote-unquote, remasters, right?
Yeah.
The Mario 3D collection is really dumb, and I probably should not have bought it for full price, but it was a limited run, so you weren't going to get it any better. But I don't think that these Zelda HDs are usually that, though. These are not just, we're going to upscale the schemes and stuff. No, we're actually doing, like, there'll be quality of life stuff, like Dallas was kvetching about the fetch quests. I bet they'll make that easier. They did the same thing to Wind Waker when they made the fucking Triforce quests way easier.
Oh, yeah.
And the speed sale. Like,
I love the speed
they'll
sale.
probably smooth out some of the designs where they're like, we don't need to pad the game. And they're literally, like I said, they are refining and adding new control software in here. So, yeah. That said, this is one of those things where, like, a lot of people are very spicy about video game pricing because it's very weird, and I don't know whose fault it is. Kingdom Hearts got announced for PC on Epic exclusive, right?
All of them full price.
All of them full price, which, again, not even PlayStation Network's doing that right now. Like, they usually have most of these discounted down to, like, 40 for, like, some of the big collections.
And they still have the all-in-one collection, I think.
You can still get the story so far for 60 and get all of that shit, right? Which is a great deal, BT Dubs. You should look into that. Like, I know some of you PC nerds, but yeah, no. Also, I don't know the price point, but I believe I saw that they announced that Persona 5 Royal's coming to Epic.
Did they? I know Strikers dropped, but
Strikers dropped. I feel like I saw that somewhere, and I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I didn't dream it.
No, yeah, that's right. Because people like it wasn't necessarily on the heels of the Kingdom Hearts announcement, but it was around the same time, and people were
but hey, guess what? Epic Game Store March 30th, full $60. Not surprising. Royal is the newer version, but yeah, no, it's interesting to see this, and I feel like because of Epic's exclusivity, like, see, I don't think this is like Atlus's fault or Nintendo's fault or Square Enix's fault, right? What happens is that, well, Nintendo gets to set their own prices for their consoles, but I honestly, like, I think they're just in the marketplace where this shit happens, right? Like, everybody else is doing it. Why would they not want to make more money? But, like, for Epic Game Store specific, that's not Square Enix's fault, right? That's, Epic is like, hey, we'll give you this giant sack of money to put your game on our storefront for, like, a year or forever exclusively. Here you go. And then they turn around and they're like, okay, we spent a shitload of money so we could sell this exclusively. We're going to upcharge the shit out of you on this game because we need to make our money back. And this is why paying for exclusives is dumb. Like if you're gonna do the thing, just develop your own exclusive games. Oh, that's a good one, Axe. Axe quoted a spicy article. Persona 5 will be available on Epic Games Store starting March 30th. A release date for a storefront people actually want to use has not yet been announced. Oof. Not untrue though.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like it's an interesting thing. But yeah, so Nintendo's asking for full price, but the Legend of Zelda HDs are not usually that crazy, right? Like, or they're not like cheap remaster turnarounds. The salty runback. Like they did an HD re-release of both Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time on the 3DS, right?
Yeah, I own those.
Yeah, no. I mean, those would have needed new control schemes to be formatted for not the weird boomerang controller. Was there an official name for the N64 controller? Or was it just the N64 controller?
I just call it the N64 controller.
Yeah, the old Trident. No, that's not good. I don't want to hear that. I want that game, though. Well, okay. I mean, I own it originally, and I own a functioning Wii, but it's...
I mean,
I have... pain in the ass to bust out the sensor bar and shit.
I mean, Lucky has a GameCube, and he has Twilight Princess on GameCube, so...
I do also believe that was good. I don't know. If they release it again, they'd probably fix some shit. Like, there are lazy re-releases, and there's non-lazy re-releases. Like I said, the 3D collection, a little bit of lazy.
No, I will say the 3D for the Zeldas and Majora's 3D for 3DS were very good. Very good. I liked them.
Yeah, no, that was actual effort was put in. So, like, based on how Nintendo has operated the Zelda ones, I'm personally going to say that I feel like the... I'm going to guess that the Skyward Sword HD will be worth it because they will actually put that extra effort into it. But if you're concerned, wait till it comes out and pick it up later after you get initial release reviews.
Yeah.
What you should not wait to pick up if you want it is the Skyward Sword or just Legend of Zelda generally themed Joy-Cons, which are probably already sold out forever.
No, yeah, that's what I've heard. They're already gone.
I mean, they're sick, but I don't know if I want to buy special Joy-Cons just because it's one of those things that's like, shit, dude, those are expensive.
Yeah, how do I do this?
They look cool, but that just means I'm going to look cool in my room by myself. Let's see. So I'll do this in the order of the article. One more thing was they announced Splatoon 3 of all things.
It's super fucking popular. It literally saved the Wii from being the absolute failure that it still kind of was, but it was literally the Wii U's last hurrah that paid off in fucking dividends for Nintendo. Because then they were able to almost launch immediately into Splatoon 2 for the Switch. And so it makes sense that they are continuing to go forward with it.
Also, interesting enough, this was 2022, so like they're far thinking. Like they've got a dev cycle queued up. It does look like they're actually like doing some new tech. They're doing some slightly new setting stuff. There's
like,
some weird post-apocalypse vibes.
Like I was about to say, like if this had been 2021, I'd been like, no, this is too soon. What the fuck y'all doing? But like, no, they're just getting you spicy for it, getting you hyped up for it.
And to be fair, if you think of it like most online competitive shooters, those come out every year anyway.
Oh yeah.
So, no, this is okay. I just think it was like, wow, that seems a little fast, but all right, it's neat. A lot of people were super excited for Mario Golf to be announced.
Yeah, no, it actually
Mario
looks...
Golf game coming for Switch.
Looks fun. I don't know if I'll get it, but it looks fun.
And it will have a story mode, an RPG-style mode, where you play as a Mii character and get points, but also you can do all regular golf simulations and also weird, fun Mario Golf modes, which is the best part of playing a Mario sports game. Right?
Like honestly, yeah, you don't play Mario sports games to play normal sports. You play Mario sports for weird ass powerful anime sports, which I think is the best. So the next one is going to be, I think, a little bit of an in-depth segment from us, or from me anyway, because the next thing in this list is the Project Triangle strategy. Okay, so I will say I have not tried the demo, and
I have. I played all 2 hours of it. So as I said, I got some in-depth thoughts because I played the whole demo.
But I will say,
absolutely picked up.
I'll try to give it a try. But like, I saw the trailer, and for some odd reason, I don't know why people like were having trouble understanding what was happening here. Because like my immediate first tweet was about this was, call it Final Fantasy Tactics 2, you cowards.
I mean, honestly, it's because poor Final Fantasy Tactics, the OG, which again, this game strongly resembles.
Yeah.
As a guy who's played it, and I've played a little bit of the OG Final Fantasy Tactics, not a lot, but a little.
I played a lot of it.
Yeah, it very strongly resembles it. Like, in terms of design, like, it does not have the full-blown traditional Final Fantasy type classes. Like
my
one of the characters I picked up was a pharmacist, right?
Mhm.
And another one was a scholar and advisor. Like it is not your traditional full-blown Final Fantasy. It's like, what if we were slightly weird and niche as well as also just normal shit like War Man, Sword Boy.
Well, to be fair, Devilish, Final Fantasy Tactics is basically the evolved form of Ogre Battle.
Yeah, no, like this game is absolutely like it's what they call the 2D HD or HD 2D, whatever.
Yeah, no,
Basically, this is the team who brought you Octopath.
Yeah, no, like when I first saw it, I was like, what is this, Fire Emblem Tactics? Like that was my first immediate thought, talking about like different like houses and clans and stuff.
Because they have the classic triangle 3-nation setup. So I played the demo. I played all of it. The demo is 2 battles and 1 major story decision. The story decision is in between the 2 battles. I assume that is why they say this game's not going to come out until 2022, because the gameplay and the core story seems written out already. They've got voice work and everything. But I'm going to assume that if it has a lot of these branching story choices, which seem to be a major theme, so I'm going to guess it does, that probably means that their game design for the end game is very complex and will take them a while.
Yeah, no, that's how it be sometimes.
So the core scene in the trailer and you get from the game is there's these 3 kingdoms, blah, 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 distant continent. They've just come out of the Saltiron War. Japanese name is great. The 2 most precious resources are iron and salt, so they fought a salt-iron war, and that just, the internet has run with that one.
Yeah, we did.
I actually appreciate the extreme unsubtlety of it, right?
Yeah.
I don't even think they're Fire. Well, they might be like old school Fire Emblem because some of those were a little bit more of the loosey-goosey sketchy type.
Yeah, but once you start seeing more, it's like, you definitely see the Octopath Traveler.
No, I'm like, oh no, yeah, no, this is FFT. This is Octopath type graphics, like what we're looking at here. And so the story point you reach is in the middle. You don't actually play from the beginning in the demo. I'm going to assume, based on some references, the characters do because you start in Chapter 6. The first 5 chapters of the story are probably your usual warm-up stuff. A tournament is mentioned, for instance, so I'm going to guess there's going to be at least 1 mock battle you do. They also mention the inciting incident as to why there's suddenly a war going on right now. But you don't actually see it, so I'm going to assume that they're keeping some of their initial twists and setup secret. Yep. Also, starting it in the middle gives you a chance for dynamic stuff. So you have a fairly diverse traditional cast of characters. This is also one of those things where it's like, clearly these motherfuckers have seen Game of Thrones kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
I forget what the player's house is called. Because there's 3 great houses of the country you're in. You play the young heir of one of them. Their icon is a hawk. You live in the north. And you have a cool mountain base. It's very Game of Thrones, yeah.
Everyone loves cool mountain bases.
Yeah, well, and you can fight a battle there, too, because I did the story decision where I didn't give up the prince for ransom. And so the evil Red Army invaded my base, so I set my city on fire to divert them.
Jesus!
No, it's pretty... like I said, there's some dark shit in here already. It's done in the 2D style, but with HG, there's quite a few people who get fucking murdered on screen, and their blood comes out.
Oh wow!
It's not a soft game. This is definitely minimum T rating, I think.
Nice.
There's not a lot of swearing, but there is absolutely a lot of serious business violence going on. Again, Game of Thrones things. This is one of those things where I'm not sure this is a spoiler or not. I think this stuff is unavoidable, but I think at the very least I can say the bad guys pseudo-win in that they take over the capital city of your country right away. They move in, they kick their ass, you show up at the last minute just in time to see the crown prince gets murked and the king and the younger princess get captured. You have to flee with the last prince, who's your childhood friend, by the way. That's why he's hanging out with you.
Because he's cool.
Yeah. And you have to flee the city, which of course leads to the obvious mentor character NPC probably dying, but maybe not. He falls in a river. We find his mask later, but he could be fucking alive. You never know. It's a Final Fantasy type game, right? But you've got a lot of the obvious cliches. So you're like the young heir to the lordship. Your dad is apparently deathly ill by the time you make it back home after the capital's been taken. So guess what? You're the boss now. The glasses guy you can see in the trailer with the white hair, he is your advisor. He's your steward. He represents utility. Because they said that there's going to be 3 core convictions in this game. Utility, which is exactly that. Utilitarianism, pragmatic decisions, doing the best for everybody, even if it's not necessarily good or just. There is morality, which there's not really a good morality decision point in the demo. I'm assuming that's going to be more about, like, doing the right thing kind of a thing. You know, justice, honor, that type of stuff. And then the last conviction is liberty, which seems to be focused on some of the loosey-goosey, like, democracy-type liberty, but also the, like, we can't sacrifice our friends or other people to succeed kind of a thing. Like, you know, we can't sell other people up the river or trot on them to get our goals done kind of a thing. And that is the primary conviction of your almost literal waifu character, because you're a noble, you're engaged. So one of your major characters is the protagonist's fiance, who, by the way, is the sister of the guy ruling the evil duchy who's kicking your ass. That's not awkward. So yeah, there's awkward family drama immediately. There's all kinds of... also, she's a firecaster, so that's adorable. I love her immediately. But they've got a lot of the, like I said, Final Fantasy Tactics Octopath-style character designs. The classes don't get too weird so far from what I've seen, but they got some of the basics, like your protagonist starts as a sword boy. He is a boy with sword. Your friend, the Crown Prince, is a spear knight, so he's got a horse and he does spear things.
Spear things are cool.
One of the people you recruit immediately is, at least in the demo, is a royal guard. She is a scout, so she's riding on a giant fucking eagle and has a bow. I think I said this when the trailer was airing. I was like, that bitch got an eagle. Yeah, no, she's a flyer. It's great. She's also weak to arrows. It's funny. I wonder who first came up with that concept. But you've got a couple of casters. Like, you start with an ice caster, and like I said, your fiance character is a fire caster. But also, you've got interesting things. Your buddy, the Steward, is a advisor. His primary special techniques are buffs. He can give a person defense buffs or offensive buffs with a couple of pips. He also has a sword cane as his main weapon. That's cool. And like I said, you can find other weird characters. Like, there's a magical healer, but then there's also a pharmacist you can recruit if you do certain decisions in the demo. I didn't use her much because, like I said, there's only 2 fights, but her thing is apparently she is better at using items to heal you.
That makes sense.
There is another character who is a tactician. He's different from your other guy because he actually manipulates the TP, the technique points mechanic.
Okay.
So this is one of those games where there's like an AP style mechanic. You have your turns there. It's turn-based strategy. You go in order based on your speed. But when it's your turn, you are not, as far as I can tell, limited by MP or anything. You're limited by your technique points, TP pips. You generate 1 pip naturally every turn. I'm going to assume certain characters have passives or other abilities that will make that more, probably. And then certain abilities cost 1 or 2 pips, and some of them in the demo cost 3 pips even. So yeah, your basic weapon attack is free. You can do that whenever. If you pass your turn or don't use a pip, you get to keep all your pips you've already gathered. So you can build up over turns to big things like big AoE blast spells are usually 2 pips. Special attacks are like really good at being 2 pips. The magical healer I got an AoE heal as one of her 2 pips, while her single target ranged heal is a 1 pip kind of a thing, you know? So that sort of stuff. And the advisor type character you can pick up, the tactician, his abilities are all about manipulating the pips. Like, one of them is he can attack an enemy and steal or remove some of their technique points so they can't do big stuff. Or he can, as his basic 1 pip is to give an ally 1 pip, so you can do 2 pips without having to take 2 turns. It looks like it's going to be a lot of those little things. In the demo, there was no class or job changing. Everybody had a unique job. I don't know if that's how it is. Like, every character is a unique job title kind of thing. Or if there'll be some flexing or advanced classes. I would assume so eventually, but I don't know. It's one of those mechanical things where, like, they are not actually... I don't know if they know all the details. Like, your playable character bands were pretty tight. Most of them are major NPCs. But you do get a couple of optional recruits. based on your choices, because there are a couple story choices. Basically, the way the game pitches it in the trailer and in-game context is based on what convictions you follow, you'll get dialogue choices with people, basically, and you can reinforce whether you're more utility, morality, or liberty. Different people will join you.
Yeah.
Because they've heard of you and they think you're cool, and they'll come to your weird encampment tent, which is also a bar, but is definitely a tent, but also it's the same screen when you're in your own fucking city. It's weird. It's one of those screens, you know? But they'll come see you and be like, hello, I would like to join your cause. I have heard you are just or cool or whatever. And you're like, sure, get in here. There is a unit cap, though. I was capped to 9 units, I think, in both fights. So you may have to do some hot swapping and stuff. Usual strategy, RPG kind of thing. Core gameplay is really good. They showed off a couple of fun tricks you can do in the trailer. There are full-blown geo effects. You can create ice walls with your ice caster and then melt them with fire. And hypothetically, it's shown in the trailer, you can then zap that with lightning to do bonus damage when you create pools of water. Wow. You can set fields on fire. You can set buildings on fire. You know, you can do a little bit of environmental damage. Height is a major factor. Your accuracy and damage will be affected based on attacking from higher ground. I don't think there's a full-blown back attack system, but there is a flanking system. If you sandwich an enemy between two of your units, your other unit on the opposite side will do a follow-up attack.
Oh, neat.
Actually, yes, no, there is a backstab. That's right. That can be. They call them kudos, but there's little Benny points you get for doing cool shit in the battles too. That we spent on stuff. So one of them is from a backstab. So yeah, there's back attacks. There's team attacks. You can push people off stuff. I'm gonna assume if you push people off something high enough, they can damage.
Yep.
None of the maps are really tall enough to do that yet, but I assume that's there. Especially because one of the characters you can get is the Spy. One of her techniques she learns is called Surmount. She can climb shit. She can parkour and basically move vertically to a square near her. She also has a passive where she takes 2 actions every turn, which is pretty wild. Because one of her abilities is stealth, so she can stab a guy and go stealthy. It does seem like they've done a lot of clever stuff. Like, there's the usual thing, like I said, like protecting, you know, increase defense, magic defense, increase physical damage, increase magic damage. Haste, increase your speed, increase your mobility, shit like that. Standard debuffs like immobilize, silence, sleep, etc. But they also, like I said, do weird shit with like technique points and moving around and things. Some enemies you can shove other places. All in all, it seems pretty fun. The actual core mechanic, though, very Final Fantasy Tactics. It's square-based. Though they do, it's not even a filter. They inherently give you the Fire Emblem type display to let you know you're moving into an enemy's attack range. Normally, your movement squares are blue, but if you are moving into an enemy zone, they are purple, so the game always lets you know if you're about to move into attack zones. No guarantee that you will be attacked, just letting you know you're entering a threat radius.
Like just
all the usual stuff. Most magic seems to start being the AoE pluses that I know at least Tactics Advanced did. I don't remember if OGFFD was like that. But there's a lot of intrinsic AoE. This is one of those systems where diagonals do not count. So it's a grid-based. All in all, core gameplay, pretty fun, even though I played only 2 matches. They did say they made them a little harder than they would be in the final product to actually give you a bit of a challenge with the characters they've given you. But it still played pretty good. I only had to redo 1 fight because I just completely bollocksed up my strategy, but that's because my enemies were assholes and kept teleporting reinforcements I didn't know about. How dare you? That's why you save scum. The other big mechanic they talked about and have shown is the voting system. So there are story choices in this game. They're going to be a big deal, apparently. The story choice that is given to you in the demo is, hey, your enemies, the Frosty, ask you to fucking give up the prince. Will you do it? And so the way this works is your party all votes on the matter, or at least all the main story characters. I didn't see any optional characters vote, so I don't know if that's how it is all the time or that was just how the demo worked, because it has no idea who you're going to get. But your core party members all vote on what they call the scales of conscience. So you have a voting machine as a relic item in your household, basically. Like, it tabulates all your votes and lets you know who won. So this is the interesting part. As the player character, you have 1 vote. So you only get 1 vote as the player. And all the other characters will vote based on how they feel. You can change this by doing your research, actually going out, talking to people, learning new facts, and then what they call persuasion. You can persuade people to switch sides. And the game does have a very lovely overlay screen that lets you know how and where everybody is disposed. So you can tell where the voting is. So if everybody's already on your side for a vote, you don't need to do nothing. You can cast your vote and be fine. But there are times, like with the Prince thing, because of course I'm like, I've been playing this game for like 1 hour. I'm not going to give up my fucking Prince to these scrub lords. How dare you? I don't care that they've got bigger dicks than me. That's not how this works. But I could totally see other people being like, no, I don't want to fight a super hard fight versus these nerds. That sounds bad. He's going to be okay, right? And there's, hypothetically, yes, he will be all right. But I also wouldn't be shocked if, like, 30 hours from that moment, he's fucking dead and it's all your fault. How dare you? But guess what? Most of the party wants to vote with utility and give him up, including the Prince Roland himself, because he's like, no, I can't have you suffer and die for me, my friends. And I'm like, shut up. You're the crown prince now. You're important. The king is dead. You're the man now, dog. So I had to actually do my research and go around and try to persuade most of the people because they weren't on my side.
Yeah, but it sounds like it was doable.
Yes, but I love this. They don't let you know if they actually switch sides. You don't know if your argument works until the vote is cast. They move to undecided, so you don't actually know until the actual voting happens. So, on the one hand, I feel like that might be very sketchy for some major decisions, but at the same time, I love the actual, like, democracy simulator aspect of, like, yeah, no, you don't get to make universal decisions for everybody. You have to, like, weigh their opinions as your advisors, and if you want people to agree with you, you have to fucking convince them.
Yeah,
no,
that's good.
You can't half-ass it because you don't know if it's worked, so you got to actually put your effort in. I was really excited about it. It seems really interesting. And like I said, the major story stuff starts in the middle. I'm gonna assume the intro fights are pretty like low tier. Like I said, they mention a tournament. They mention an incident where you see some guy get murdered. I'm gonna say probably not, based on the fact that I think all the characters who are voting are the core gameplay characters. I wouldn't be surprised though if because of decisions you make, people end up leaving you or you have to fight them though.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. You might have to actually fight them later. Like, actually fight them later.
Yes, because actually, based on the trailer footage, I think the battle, if you give up the prince, is you have to fight one of the other three great houses because he's mad at you for being such a disloyal scrub lord. Because, like I said, there's three great houses in the kingdom of whose name I can't remember. It was like 3 days ago that I played this for 2 hours, guys. I've done a lot of other things since then. But they have three great houses. One of them is a fat scrub lord. He does nothing. That's his shtick. Like, the game has, you know, the big blown out world map, right? And you can click on different areas to see different scenes, even though that doesn't make any fucking sense because you're a guy, right? But it's cool. So you get to, like, go watch him as he learns about you do stuff, and he mostly does, well, I could do something about this, or I could not. I could bide my time. Yes, biding my time is correct. I will continue to do nothing. And I'm just like, God, I am going to catch up to you someday, asshole.
I make it keep vamping. I got to go. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So the third great house, because you're obviously one of them yourself, the player character. That guy is like super excited and loyal, even though his lands have apparently been beat up a little bit. But if you don't give up the prince, he's like, I knew the. Is it Wolfheart? You got a wolf in your name, even though your symbol is a hawk. It's weird. He's like, I knew those guys were good eggs. Let's marshal our men and send them all possible reinforcements. Yes, good. So I'm pretty sure if you give up the prince, his response is, those disloyal curs, we will march our men and beat them up. Or something. Like, it's very interesting, and I think there's a lot of potential there to, like, different characters will switch sides or be differently. I don't know if the antagonists are supposed to be, like, approachable or whatnot. Like, they've done a brilliant thing, I think, in that making it so that your fiancé, who is, I'm going to presume she's going to be a major character through the start, because she's already living in your fucking house, it sounds like. Actually, I think the war breaks out on what should be your wedding day, right? So, like, obviously your relationship is pretty solid. I mean, probably. probably it's something evil. There is a Holy Kingdom who also seem like they're just assholes who don't do anything. To me, they were literally introduced by one of the characters I recruited where they were super racist and were like, don't heal that guy. Heal that other guy. He's faithful. He's of our religion. And so that healer got fed up with their hypocrisy and joined my fucking team, right? So I don't know. There's mention of a goddess. She might turn out to be evil. That's a twist that these kinds of tactical games have done before. But like I said, the villainous country, the Duchy of Aesfrost, yeah, the Duchy. No, it's Duchy. Where all the iron is, BT dubs. Like I said, one of their ruling family is your fucking affianced, so they've already done a good fact that they're not like. They're definitely not like. Oh yeah, they're all evil. Also, no Dallas. Yeah, the king gets executed on screen. I didn't know if that would be spoilers, but nah, he's fucking dead. Like he gets Ned Starked. No, Axe, it's just that, one, I don't think the scale of these three countries is that large, and also, no, they're in the mountains. They're the mountain kingdom, so, yeah, they have all the fucking iron deposits. The Holy Kingdom in the desert is where all the salt is, and then you come from the sick river kingdom that's got all the water and the transport that everybody needs. So, like, it forms the triangle strategy. There's a lot of this whole triangle theme going on. I do actually wonder if they'll end up keeping it as triangle strategy. They may change it, though. Yeah, basically. Like, the River Kingdom has all the transport and the farms that they need, but you need salt to preserve food, and you need metal to make weapons. So, salt and iron. Yeah, kinda. But like I said, you know the Aesfrosti are not all evil because, like I said, you're literally about to get hitched to one of them, and she seems like a cool lady. Not only does she shoot fire at people she doesn't like, but also, when you confront her evil brother, she's like, dude, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, sorry, sis, I'm evil. I'm doing the thing. Fucked up your wedding day. Bye. Hey, be a deer and surrender. And she's like, nah. And he's like, cool, see you later. Gonna beat up your boyfriend. Yeah, kind of. There's actually a lot of siblings. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are half, because they seem like they've got a decent age range spread. There are some twins who I'm gonna assume are the middle siblings. They just seem like fuckers. Like, they're the ones who wander and are like, oh yes, brother, you've captured the enemy capital. How cool are you? Anyway, let's go do some maniacal shit. Yes. Let's go talk shit about you and your general in the garden. Oh. You guys are gonna be the guys who, like, fuck me over in the end. Like, the big brother's going to turn out to have had a secret motive, and it's going to be super tragic when I have to stab him. But you two are just going to try and murder me in my sleep because mommy loved me best or something.
Okay, I'm back.
I've been talking with the guys about the characters. Like, I talked about how I don't know necessarily how things are going to be set up because I mentioned the Aesfrosti, the Iron Kingdom. They seem pretty villainous, but because, again, you are literally about to get married to one of their ruling family. I think she's the youngest, but still, it's like, yeah, no, that's... You've inherently built up to the fact that they're not huge. They're not all assholes, right? A very common trope in these fantasy tactic games where, like, everybody from the Red Kingdom is a fuckboy. Also, yes, by the way, Aesfrost's colors are literally red. Actually, you can see this in... Good list of the characters for Project Triangle Strategy somewhere. Okay, yeah. So it's yeah. Frederica is your fiance, the Firecaster. Her hair is literally pink. No, nobody rode wyverns as far as I saw, but there are giant birds. Again, like I said, I know they watch Game of Thrones. They reference sending messages by raven. However, I do believe the ravens are giant. Just saying, I think they're huge. Because they use the same sprites that the evil cavalry did, or eagle cavalry. I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention this to lucky people are talking about cults. There is a holy kingdom. They're the Salt Kingdom. They live in the desert. They're huge assholes. At least in my like 5 seconds of seeing them, right? Because I see them in the intro to the pharmacist. She actually leaves that country to join you because her boss orders her not to treat somebody because they're an infidel, basically. Mm-hmm. Even though they're much more injured. So she's like, now those guys are huge assholes. I want to join your team. And I'm like, sure, join. And then the other thing I've seen of them is they have a minister of a noble family also doing the wait and see game, which fuck you, buddy. I know that's real politic, but the demo does a very good job at this point of the story of making you feel like you don't have any fucking friends or allies anymore and shit's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost everybody you run into is like either they're captured or fucked over and they can't help you directly, right? Like the kingdom is scattered, or they're just like, I'll wait and see how this turns out. But they mention the Holy Kingdom mentions a goddess, but I don't know anything further than that. Is she gonna secretly be evil and try and like steal my soul juice? I don't know. We'll find out later. I'm gonna assume the plot will go to all 3 kingdoms before long. So yeah, it's that. Well, your mother is nowhere to be seen, Dallas, and like I said, your dad is deadly ill when you see him in the demo. So I'm gonna assume he's probably gonna snuff it at some point. Honestly, I feel like there's not a lot of parental figures because, like I said, Frederica's older brother is the at least the starting mid boss tier villain, and he's already the Archduke of his country. So I'm pretty sure all her parents are dead or retired. It's a tactics game. It's not friend. Mentors and parents have to go. But yeah, those are my thoughts on the gameplay and story. I think overall.
Mm-hmm. I think am gonna have to give it a try, but if I don't
it's just a couple hours.
Honestly, but at the same time, like, usually you play a demo to see if you're sold on the game, and boy, honey, I don't need a demo. I was like, I'm getting this fucking game.
No, like, I wanted to play it because I was like, oh shit, there's a demo for this? I want to see what the gameplay's like, and I'm like, yes, no, good. It has squares that do things. I love it.
So I was just like, no, I'm getting this game. I guess I'm just like, call it fucking what it is. It's Final Fantasy Tactics 2. That's all it is.
I mean, and honestly, they should just call it that.
Yeah.
Because that would be a recognizable brand, and it has the art style and the ethos. Mm-hmm. And we already know that Final Fantasy games with numbers in their names are not necessarily direct sequels.
Right. Yes, no, it is. It's Axe.
It's Axe. It's literally Octopath. I know people got confused about it being Fire Emblem. No, it's literally the Octopath team. It's a Square Enix game. I know it's being announced for Switch, but yeah, no, this is a full-blown Big Boy Square. Papa Square is coming to you. Which also means I wouldn't be shocked if it also doesn't end up on other consoles as well.
Yeah.
It's just Switch got first crack because the game is demo on Switch and won't be coming out until also 2022. Which I've already said this. I tried the demo. It's great. I'm super in love. And this is high on my list when 2022 rolls around.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. There was an announcement for some probably dog shit shovelware Star Wars game.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that because, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently other people are interested in this because I keep seeing it, but it's made by Zynga, who I believe are most known for shitty free-to-play mobile games and online games like Farmville. Just not that those games are necessarily like really super bad or anything, just like they're very basic skeletal games that you play because you don't have anything better to do. Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure this is just dog shit shovelware that Lucasfilm Games is putting out so that they can build capital and market space, because I don't think it's ever been announced, but I'm pretty sure Disney bought out EA's exclusive video game contract and ended it early. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, no, like, it's a free-to-play squad-based online multiplayer game. No, this is going to be bad. This is going to suck, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm, like, firmly predicting solid C- here. Possibly even a big fat F. Let's see. Fall Guys is coming to Switch, was announced. They announced they're doing an expansion fest for Age of Calamity. That's cool. 2 waves of content. I'm interested. I'm also very glad they didn't spoil anything from that game, because I'm very, very slowly. I don't think... Was the 10 years up all the way? I don't think the 10 years was actually up all the way. At least it wasn't when they announced stuff. Like, if it did actually end... Disney and Lucasfilm Games were, like, way ahead of it. Like, they were planning for this thing to expire and were ready to roll on projects. Yeah, no, EA did not handle that license very well, and I've talked about this. Even if some of the games at the end of that cycle were good, but it's still... Shit, dude. Should have opened the license freeform. You would have got a lot of good shit. Any comments on Age of Calamity expansion pass, Lucky?
No, not really. I haven't beat Age of Calamity because I said I know I'm farther than you, and some of the story decisions they made, I'm like, really? So I haven't actually made much progress in it, but I'll probably get back into it at some point. Or
yeah, I will definitely do it sometime. It's just There's only so much mindfuckery I can take at a time, guys, okay?
Yeah.
I've been very busy with that thing we're going to talk about soon.
Soon.
They announced a Ninja Gaiden Master Collection.
Excited
Again,
about
this is one of those good for somebody else things.
Yeah, good for
I've
me.
never really been a big Ninja Gaiden guy, but it's cool. They're doing Sigma 2, and Ninja Gaiden 3.
Yeah.
Looks neat. You know, have fun, guys. You know, remasters and collections are good. I don't know if it's in here somewhere. I think it is.
I love Team Ninja.
But they talked about they're doing a Capcom Classic Arcade collection.
Yeah.
Which looks neat. Let's see. Where was that? Some stuff to Animal Crossing to celebrate Mario's anniversary. Oh, they announced that they're moving the Miitopia title.
Yeah.
On 3DS to Switch in May. Seems neat. It's a fun concept. Dark Lord Stan. It's great. That's a joke from the trailer where they show that you made somebody the Dark Lord. I immediately said in chat, Mao Stan. Listen, I've watched enough anime and played enough Japanese games to know that in Japanese that is absolutely written Mao. King of evil magic dudes. This was an interesting one, and I'm curious to see how you feel about it, Lucky. I think we kind of skimmed over it, but they announced that they're bringing 2 Famicom Detective Club games to Switch.
They actually look pretty good.
First time these games are ever releasing out of Japan, obviously.
Yeah.
Famicom.
Yeah, no, I was looking at them. They're like, no, they look pretty good. And I've always been trying to get back into the VN scene. Because I do enjoy VNs. It's just usually they are a lot of sit down and read.
Yes.
And
Which is okay, but requires a certain amount of activity and free time.
Yeah. So, because, like, shoot, I'm still wanting to play fucking Higurashi and Nekopara. I was like, they're still just sitting there mocking me. And just a bunch of other things that I want to get to. And I'm just like, but yeah, and I look at this, I'm like, no, this looks good. It looks great.
Yeah, they look pretty neat. And hey, I'm all for that moving shit out of Japan. Fully localized, coming over to the first time, HD. Ah, sick. Let's see, Samurai Warriors 5, Legend of Mana remaster. Apparently with rearranging the music, that's good. Tales from the Borderlands is being ported to Switch, because apparently it's being put on everything.
Axe, I've been a Guilty Gear stan for like the past, like, what? Over 10 years? Don't talk to me about Guilty Gear and what it could bring me. I've been playing...
It's one of those things where, like...
I've been playing Guilty Gear since Guilty Gear 2 on the PS2.
He's been playing Guilty Gear since before you were born, Axe. That might actually be theoretically possible. I don't know. How old's Guilty Gear?
The first one came out on the PlayStation 1, but let me see. Guilty Gear 2. Let me double check that. The first Guilty Gear 2...
Because I think Axe is... Actually, are you still only 21 or are you 22 yet?
No. Wait, no. Let's
Okay,
see.
22. So, hypothetically, not. I have definitely played video games that are older than you, though, Axe. Just heads up. And I have been playing some of them since before you were born.
Guilty Gear X, X2. There it was. Oh, let's see here. 2002.
Okay. So, not quite.
No, almost.
Let's see. We already mentioned the Capcom Arcade. There was a new trailer for Monster Hunter Rise. That's another of those good for other people. For me. I'm sure Lucky's excited. Actually, that's a good question. Are you excited for Monster Hunter Rise? You gonna be in there?
I'm not sure. Like, I like Monster Hunter, but again, Monster Hunter is also the people you play with, because... So I might sip on it just to keep my basket from getting too full.
You seemed excited for this. I don't remember this franchise, but apparently Stubbs the Zombie coming.
Yeah,
to
no,
Switch.
Rebel Without a Parent. Okay, so Stubbs the
By the
Zombie.
way, this is not just for Switch. The Nintendo Direct just got it first. It's coming out fucking everywhere. But
Yeah, no, Stubbs the Zombie. It was just an old PC game that I played, where you just literally you're basically a corpo slave who dies, rises as a zombie, and decides to destroy your corpo as a zombie. So you basically infect people, attack things, and have a bunch of sick fucking do a bunch of sick pop cultural refs from the time. Like oh god, where's the fucking like, let's see, Stubbs the Zombie dance off scene. Like there's just literally a moment in the game where, like, yeah, this is where you're a zombie, you go to fight this corrupt, like, a policeman, and you have a fucking dance off, and they just use, like, oh god, it's so good. It's just so random. Let's see.
Yeah, so that's definitely a style of game, the pop
Yeah.
culture reference. And I mean, I'm not gonna. This is one of those things where good for somebody else. Like,
Yeah, no.
I was that guy who was super fucking giga excited when they announced they were doing a HD remaster of fucking Destroy All Humans.
Yeah, no, that's like it's the exact same kind of feeling.
That was a very popular subgenre back in the day, of like, you know, pithy, quippy games which reference pop culture and shit. Also, I feel like Rising as a Zombie and Destroying the Corpos will be relevant to some people right now, still, somehow.
Yeah, no.
I feel like that will hit the same.
Yeah, no, Stubbs has... Oh, yeah. No, Douglas is talking about how Stubbs has some great covers of old pop music. Fucking... Oh, who did Mr. Sandman? But the Mr. Sandman cover is still, like, one of my favorite covers. But...
There's a lot of good Mr. Sandman. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's some of these weird. So, you mentioned yesterday the great Steve Bloom in another context, but he got to be the lead voice for Neon White, announced for Nintendo Switch.
Yep.
Which is a first-person card battling game in heaven. It looks rad, and it has good character designs. So, that's neat.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, it's one of those games where the gameplay didn't, like, immediately grab me, as much as I love card-based games for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be one of those things that I'm going to watch, but it looks neat.
Probably get some VTuber to play it.
Yeah. There was that. To me, it seemed weird. DC superhero girls teen power game. I'm like, what? It seems like one of those typical.
It's a tween fucking game.
Yeah, it's one of those. They've definitely done that thing. Look, Dallas, it's not my fault that IGN hasn't listed No More Heroes at the top. I don't know why they haven't, because that had a trailer and news. Maybe it's their one last thing. I'll get there when I get there.
Yeah, shut up.
There's a lot of like Garbo random shit in here. Well, not literally Garbo, but just like this was our rapid fire stuff. There was the Plant vs Zombies Complete Edition coming to Switch. They announced that Knockout City game. That was one of those cringe tier commercials.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the fuck was happening.
Was that the dodgeball one?
Yeah, that's the dodgeball one.
See, here's the thing. If they hadn't made it so cringe, I think I'd be more interested, because it looks like an interesting game concept. It does. But
yeah, but they were clearly, like, I feel like they were taking stabs at, like, Fortnite and stuff.
They totally were. They were 110%.
And so I'm like, okay, I don't understand the marketing direction of this commercial. Dodgeball's cool, I guess. Moving on. There's a new game coming to Switch in 2022 from the creator of Danganronpa and Zero Escape, World's End Club.
It could be interesting.
Yeah. And actually, it sounds like the story's actually got an interesting premise, because it starts with what I would say is probably the typical for this genre of games. You get sucked into a horrific death game with a supernatural creature. And then the game ends early, and you don't all die, and you get thrust into post-apocalyptic Japan.
And you're like, what happened? So, yeah.
Especially having me just come off 13 Sentinels, I'm like, this could be neat. I'll see what people say. I've never played a Danganronpa series. I know they're all on Switch, not Switch, Steam though. They're probably.
Do I have any of them? No, they're on my wish list, because I'm like, again, another of those games.
Listen,
I'm like,
we can't buy everything all at once, people. Let's see. There were some trailers. Bravely Default 2 is about to come out. They announced that they're remastering Saga Frontier.
I have that on the PS1.
They announced that. Is it a sequel or an HD remake of Ghosts and Goblins?
It's a remake.
Okay, so it's a proper remake, not just a remaster. Okay. Yeah. That got announced. That's coming out also very soon. I'm probably not going to go for that because I know Ghosts and Goblins super fucking hard, but good on them for bringing it back. Let's see. Apex Legends got there on Switch. Wait, okay, hold on. Did I? No, I did not miss it. Okay, so full shade at IGN. Oh no, okay, it is sandwiched in here. All right, it's just not a headliner. Yeah, they definitely buried the No More Heroes announcement in the middle here, and I literally missed it. That's not good, guys. You showed the fucking trailer for the Star Wars piece of shit game by Zynga, but you didn't give No More Heroes the rep? What the fuck? That's not cool.
Animals.
That's dumb. That's really dumb. Anyway, let me wrap up the last bit of crap, and then we'll talk about No More Heroes. Apex Legends coming to Switch. Yay.
Yeah.
Not crap, actually kind of cool. Hades Physical Edition for Switch comes with a download for the soundtrack and a full color character compendium. And I'm like, shit, I haven't played Hades yet. What's it gonna cost on the physical with the Switch? That seems like a game that could be played on Switch.
Yeah, I can see it.
And it comes with not free shit, but extra shit. We know how we love extra shit. But no, we actually have an announcement date on No More Heroes 3. Fucking finally.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out in August. A little bit longer, but still good. He's got his death glove, which is just a fucking Joy-Con bolted to his glove. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
No More Heroes, the most video game. The fucking lawnmower is coming back. But basically, they explain the plot fully because those last couple story trailers were super confusing. Basically, this time, aliens have invaded the Earth and fucked some shit up, like you saw in the trailer. And they've announced they're doing a tournament of power to see who's the coolest. And naturally, Travis Touchdown will be there to punch and beam Katana. So, that's cool. Looks like they've done some different stuff with the gameplay, done some new things. They've got, new subsystems for, sub-weapon attacks and things. That's the death glove I mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a few new, combos and whatnot, things coming back, some fun stuff. They're going to do some interesting things, I think. They've also shown off some of the voice actor stuff they've confirmed. Robin Atkins Downs will be returning as Travis Touchdown, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
This also reveals that some characters will be turning. Shinobu will be back. Sylvia will be back. Somehow, I'm sure she's going to get Travis involved in this bullshit again. Bad Girl's actually coming back. That's, I think, something that they left open-ended from the OG. And Henry Cooldown will also, of course, be back, though sadly they did not get Quentin Flynn this time. Mark Allen Stewart. And it sounds like they're doing the thing where they're bringing a lot of your A-game voice talent, though. Also, one of these guys is called Mr. Blackhole. Let's see. The first assassin of the enemies, the aliens' army, the assassin Mr. Blackhole. Okay, so he's the intro boss. No wonder they've promoted him already. Also, I like how in the dialogue they pronounce it Fu, but the weird Bishi alien guy's name is written as F-U in capitals. Just No More Hero things, kids. Yeah, they've done a little bit of a redesign to him. But yeah, No More Heroes is going to be fucking rad. That's a game I also really like. I don't think they never did re-release number 2, did they?
I don't know.
Because I've played the complete edition of the OG on PS3s. What? Hold on. Okay, hold on. What's going on here? Somebody posted something randomly out of nowhere. Why have you done this? How dare you? Context first, then links. How dare you? But yeah, No More Heroes. That's gonna be rad. Gonna check that out in August. That's plenty of time. And I think that's everything out of yonder Nintendo Direct. All in all, I think it was good. We got good news. There's some stuff that's obviously still open-ended. Like I said, I kind of wish they would. Well, okay. To be fair about Bayonetta 3, they've commented, "We'll let you know more when there's more to let you know." Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's still people want to know something. So I'm like, hey, I want to know some shit. I love Bayonetta. Otherwise, I don't know. I feel like Nintendo is doing goo. I know some people are like I said earlier, some people are upset. There's no news about Fire Emblem. Oh, it is on Switch? Okay, I'll have to look for that then, because I never got to play that one. Because it was previously only on Wii, and it was hard to find. Oh, it just came out? Okay. I'll track it down then. Because that's a game I've never played, and I heard they did some interesting stuff with the boss design and mechanics. As they do. The OG game's pretty fun if you like those, really classic, big boy hack and slashers with bosses, right? It's an over-the-top action game. Well, that, and also it's full of not-so-subtle commentary about video games and life and stuff, but it's also really... Some great boss fights. Oh yeah, no, the music's fucking kick-ass in No More Heroes. I still listen to some of that shit. You know, speaking of good music. Okay, let's see. If we have any final little bits of things to talk about, now is probably the time. Thinking. I feel like there was something I was thinking at the end of the Switch conversation, or the Nintendo Direct conversation, but then people distracted me with No More Heroes.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
Okay, well. Listen, we're at 2 hours, 15 minutes. I think it's time. We've given them the spoiler buffer.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, kids, hey, this is your final warning. If you're listening to this What's Up right now, we're going to talk about 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim now. We're going to talk about all of it. I've beaten it. Luggy's beaten it. I beat it literally last night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So if you care about spoilers, go the fuck away. Because I said this at the start of this 2 hours ago. This is one of those games that is built on twists and reveals.
Yes.
The story is fundamentally designed to do this way. And, like, we can't talk about the game as a whole without spoiling shit, and you're going to lose some of the experience, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, everybody, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get the fuck out, close the door, cover your ears.
Shush
right.
now, child.
Everybody shush. And I don't want to hear any complaining. You've been warned. Go buy the game, beat it. It only took me, I think my final time was 37 hours, and like I said, some of that was definitely literally idling.
Yeah, no, it's about a 30-hour game.
Yeah, it's I would say 30 to 35 hours is your projected. You can probably do it faster if you set the fights to casual, because there is a speed story mode, low difficulty. I played on normal because normal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, support Vanillaware, buy this game. And also maybe incentivize Vanillaware to maybe do like an HD re-release of Grim Grimoire, another really great RTS game that involves a lot of really deep themes that they did once.
I know they released Odin Sphere not too long ago. So, maybe.
I really, really love Grim Grimoire, and it's I will open this way. I find it really interesting. Some people are like, this is unusual for Vanillaware, right? Because it's a sci-fi modern type RTS. But, like, to me, this is very much, I'm like, oh, this gives me big Grim Grimoire vibes, because that was also a shockingly deep game that seemed like a cliche fest about fantasy tropes, not sci-fi tropes, that involved RTS stuff, that had pretty deep mechanics. This is the same way. But we're in the zone. I think the way to start this is to be like, hey, you know how you told me this was a send-up of everything sci-fi? The comparison I want to make that not a lot of people will get, and I'm glad you did not make to me because it would have really given it away, is that you know what this story really is? This story gives me big Eclipse Phase vibes.
Oh, yeah. Again,
for a
like,
lot of reasons.
As I said, Mega, I had to bite my tongue on a lot of shit.
Yeah, but you can't say that without giving it away.
Exactly.
Okay, let's see, because we've got our full thoughts here. Do you want me to talk about gameplay stuff first, or do we want to get all in on the?
Well, let's start with
story stuff.
Let's start with gameplay first, and then from there, because I feel like we're gonna be bouncing back and forth a bit on story.
Yeah. So, yeah. I beat the gameplay. It was pretty enjoyable. I had a little bit of a struggle with Wave 310 with the final boss wave, because the High Quad EX is a fuckboy.
It's huge.
Yeah, he's big, he's tough. He doesn't like you to get in melee, which is unfortunate because that was usually how I dealt with EX bosses.
I still did that, man.
I would send a Gen 1 or Gen 2 in there. Yeah, no, I just had to do some I had to do a little bit of grinding to get some Sentinel stuff up. You can beat the game very easy. I think like I only had like half the characters at level 30 when they get their final skill. You can go to 99, by the way.
Nah, man. I mained fucking Ogata and his fucking, because he got his
Yeah, Ogata gets the special upgrade for
the
Demolisher Blade.
Yeah.
Which is also another great way to kill guys who are big.
Yes.
No, I have not read this interview. I think I've seen some pieces from it, which we'll talk about later, but...
I'm going to read it real quick. But... keep talking, Megan.
Yeah, so... Okay, this is just... I'm scrolling it really quick. They're just talking about certain... just certain character elements and stuff that aren't resolved in the story, because not every story resolves literally everything. Though 13 Sentinels does a lot to give you the resolution you want.
Yeah. No, it still
to bounce to that really quick, I was, and I will say this, I think it's all Evangelion's fault, but I feel like there's a tendency with some of these mecha stories to like throw in like the really weird soul crushing stuff at the end. When Juro wakes up at the pod room and everybody's already left, I'm like super concerned. I'm like, don't you fuck me. They didn't. It was fine, but I was like, I was like on pins and needles waiting for another final act twist, but they didn't shenanigans me at the last minute. And
you got to see a very lovely Megumi.
I'm very glad they did not shenanigans me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so gameplay was fun. I usually try to mix in a couple of different everybody. Sometimes they ask you like only do 3rd and 4th generation or 1st and 2nd. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do it for the bonus points. That honestly, doing most of the bonus objectives on normal, not challenging.
No, not really.
I do like a couple of my characters were a little underleveled because they did not necessarily interact with other characters. Like as much as I like Goto. Shout out, by the way. Goto is portrayed in Japanese by your boy Jun Fukuyama.
Mm-hmm.
I would say doing more of his Mothman tier register. Lelouch is a little lighter most of the time, but he's not as flamboyant as the Zero voice.
No, Goto is very.
Goto's your aloof senpai.
Yes. Also, your detective.
The cool older one. Yes, also that. Hence why he's the story you literally complete last, because he knows all the shit.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to talk shit. I do feel like the pacing for Hijiyama and Goto was a little bad because it takes you so fucking long. But I also understand completely because they're both plugged into NPCs who know all the actual real shit. And,
yes.
I do want to say, though, very briefly, I do feel kind of like that I'm a little saddened that when you find out everything, because there are actually 15 characters, like 15 major characters, I am a little saddened that the appropriate Tamao gets taken out early.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot use her Sentinel, and then Okino gets taken out at the last minute, so he only communicates with Hijiyama.
Yeah.
Technically, they're sharing the Sentinel, so I think it makes sense, but
yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's a little sad that we couldn't. I know 13's a lot of characters, but at least for... I would have felt a little bit better if they could have at least joined in the battle.
Yeah.
You know? But anyway, that's just a minor thing, and there's already 13 fucking playable characters.
Yeah, you want to call this...
By the way, it was why I was confused, because I was like, wait, how many actual playable characters are there? Yeah, it's 13.
It's 13, but like I said, aside from, like, secondary characters, like, there's maybe 2 major NPCs and then a lot of supporting cast.
Yeah, there is a diverse supporting cast, and there are a couple of heavy characters, because, spoilers, there's not really an antagonist as such.
And this is one of the things I thought was the greatest thing about this game.
No, yeah. The problem in 13 Sentinels is systemic.
Yeah.
It's about systems, not about people. Even when you are dealing with some characters who are assholes, most of them are still trying to do something positive. They're just fucking over the player characters, usually.
Or the player characters don't understand what they're actually doing.
Yes.
Hell,
I'm really actually glad about the epilogue, which we'll talk in about other things.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm glad of the epilogue that certain characters come back because, for reasons we'll talk about when we do full spoilers, just in case anybody's softballing us. I'm actually glad because I felt like those characters, when they got jobbed out and died, were unresolved.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad I'm glad this game goes that extra level to give you that extra slap of resolution without going full-blown, like, excessive resolution, right?
Yes. Like, the denouement was very good.
Yeah, it's pretty lengthy, but it's good. Like, I feel really good. I was like, oh, this is taking a while, but I'm like, no, I love it. But so, yeah, there's 13 playable characters. They've got a different mix. They're pretty balanced at normal. I found it kind of interesting about what abilities I thought I'd like, and then what abilities I actually use the most, especially in the final battle. I talked about this with Lucky. Sentry guns and interceptors, baby.
Yeah, no, Ryoko, multiple things. I'm like, no, this is great. Just death.
Yeah, Ryoko is the one character who gets double sentry guns, is like, holy shit. And then, because she has synergy with Juro, who's a character I like to use a lot, because his Juro's skills are very good.
Mm-hmm.
Are there kaiju? Stat boosts. Are there people on the squad? Stat boosts. Like, he's got very good, well-rounded skills, and he's a very the Gen 2s are truly well-rounded characters. So I use Megumi a lot. She's one of 2 characters who gets extra interceptors as well. And interceptors are also bullshit. hey, I'm gonna summon like a dozen fighter craft and have them do all the work. And by the way, they're armor piercing, so fuck you.
Let's see.
But the most fun I had was Missile Rain, baby.
Oh, you did use Missile Rain. It's so
Of course I
bullshit.
did.
It's so bullshit, but I love it.
Yeah, no, and like honestly, I like that the game is balanced enough that sometimes like versus like armored enemies or shielded enemies, you do dick all. The range is shorter than you think too. But God, I love to be like, it's over there. Could you just make them all die for me real quick? And then just blah, 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 blah,
As
blah.
it literally rains
It's the
missiles.
greatest.
It's like, oh, it's so good. It's so good.
I do actually feel like all of the like, well, okay. I don't feel like the first gen had like really good like high level stuff. Like the limiter removal is cool, but it's not like it's not the same. I don't think it didn't feel like some of the others like ultimate attack type shit. But like
I don't know. Like
most of them, if you buy their final ability,
like I made fucking Ogata.
I mean, thematically, I love the limiter removal, but oh, Lucky's breaking up for me. He's talking too excitedly.
Oh, no case. Omega, can you hear me? He can't? Hang on. Can you hear me now? Omega! Ghost?
Okay. I could hear you for a second, but I was in the middle of disconnecting and yeah, okay.
Okay, we good? Okay, good. No, okay. I was trying to talk, but you kept going. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, and that's what I was mentioning to the audio audience that you were breaking up for me. So,
But like I was trying to say this, but I don't know. It depends on how I use him. Like I used Ogata a lot because I would love to use his jump because like, that's the thing. The higher you level up his jump ability, the further it can go. So I could literally jump into the middle of the thing, throw down his extra special fucking Demolisher Blade, destroy most fucking things sent there, and then when I needed to get out because they're about to like layer on everything, just jump right back out.
oh yeah, no, that's like good. What I was saying was that like I'm talking about the like really high level abilities that you buy, right? That cost more.
Yeah, I guess
Like,
it's true.
Limiter removal is cool, but it's a tech ability, right? I think the real thing is that Hijiyama gets like like composite armor.
Yeah. Also,
That's cool.
I think was Ogata who got fucking the defense mode, which is double your durability. You just can't move, and sometimes I'm just like, I don't fucking need to move right now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I do want to say that one. Yes, I love that abilities evolve. Like jump attack was one of my favorites. I'm like,
oh yes.
It's like leap into enemies. They all turn to you and try to blast you, and I'm like, get the broaches, better skedaddle. Jump on out.
Yep.
It's great. No, the game design I like, and I even talked a little bit of I talked a little bit about how I am kind of sad that given how beautiful Vanillaware works, that like the game display is in that radar mode. But no, the gameplay is actually like really deep, and I like it a lot.
It's really deep and tight, and to be fair, at some points there is just so much happening on screen. I do not want to imagine a nightmare of trying to render that all.
Oh yeah, no, like I understand it, especially after playing some of those later maps. I understand it's for technical reasons. They decided to do like literally fucking 8-bit like isometric sprites because there's no way they could render all the actual looks of all of these machines moving on screen, right? So, no, I'm okay with it. And I do actually feel like every generation of Sentinel has the things they're good for, right? Like they do a very good job of making them distinct. Like the first gen melee types do actually feel really good about that, right? Like, they are really good at sending out as front runners to just slap into an enemy formation and punch the shit out of them.
And they're good for tanking, taunting, and for a little bit of EMP work.
Because I love this. The game designed the fact that you can't punch aerially enemies normally. So all of them learn the EMP ability.
And I also like that none of them are exactly the same. So depending on like what pilot is and what the skill is, you may switch out what they might have for different combinations and whatnot. Like for the Gen 2, like while I had Ryoko with just, double fucking interceptors, I had, what's her name? Fucking...
Which one?
Invincible Schoolgirl.
Iori.
Iori, yes. Yeah,
She's got a lot of different support units.
Yeah, she has Guardian and the Repair, so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna throw those, and she's gonna stick on support and keep things alive.
She also has the Shield Emitter, which is great.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that was different from the Shield Matrix until I used it late game, and I was like, oh, this stays. Oh, this gives everybody fucking shields. Hey, if I summon Interceptors inside the Shield Emitter, they get shields.
Yeah, no, and...
So that, by the way, was what I was going to say. That's really the strength of the second gens, is while they are all-rounders, right? They have ranged and melee abilities as their default. They really shine, I think, in support.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they can summon support units which do stuff for you.
Yeah.
Which is very essential. God, I have so many times I got my ass saved by sentry guns or guardians.
Yeah, no, and I like just... If you can't, just put down Sentry Gun. You will not go wrong. They will blast shit for you.
Yeah, there were times when I was like, gee, the enemy's really far away. I already have a sentry gun in this, like, quarter. And I'm like, nah, I can make that, like, 6th or 8th. There's no reason not to put another sentry gun up here. Because they're pretty reliable. They're basically baby versions of the 3rd gen's railguns, which are immensly useful. So.
Oh yeah, no. I always usually brought in 2 Gen 3s. I can't remember, but one always had missile rain and the super long range railgun. It was like the mega railgun, and the other one, what did she have? She had the standard railgun, but it fires twice. I was like, yes.
Yeah, so Tomi has a special ability that her railgun fires twice, which I loved. I used that a lot also, because that's just like, why, yes, I would love action efficiency. And I think it's is Keitaro the only one who gets the mega railgun? He might be.
I believe so.
He also gets access to... He's not the only one, but he also gets access to the super heavy missile, which is also great. It uses up all his fucking EP, but it's pretty good.
Like, that's the game. Like, when you use attacks in the game, it's like, no, this is fucking satisfying. Like, even
yeah, like I said, I don't know how effective it was when I used Missile Rain all the time, but it sure looked cool.
Like, shoot, even when, like, basic attacks, like fucking basic Gen 1 rush attack, where you're literally punching things, but you run up and you just hear the whack, 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 and you
thump, 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 and then the kaijus go flying backwards.
It's like,
you're like, yeah, get them. I also love that because you can upgrade these, you can keep your basic 0 EP attacks relevant. Like, I was still doing basic rush attacks and basic ranged bursts, even in the final battle, because there were times when I'm like, now there's like 50 dudes clustered in a cone. Why would I not just use my basic attack? I even believe the 4th gen, I don't know if it was another upgrade or what, but the 4th gens are also, their basic arm lasers are armor piercing, their AP.
Something like that, I believe so.
Yeah, they also have the focused laser as well, which is pretty good. So yeah, 3rd gen is the range, they have all the missiles and railguns and shit, it's pretty good. And then 4th gen are aerial support, so they have high mobility, and they have a lot of interesting and arguably unique support abilities, right? Like, there's the Interceptors, so they can summon minions. Megumi has the repair shield, which is really great. That's a single target repair and shield. Very helpful.
They have a minefield kind of thing, I guess.
Yes, they have a couple of mine abilities. There's both Flare Torpedo, which early game is a very essential area control effect.
Yes. I did use it a lot early
And then
game.
later you can get the Kaiju Mine. A couple of them also have the Gravity Missile, which does no damage but pulls enemies.
I had that on Megumi, and she used it constantly.
No, that's another really good support one. But they also do have a melee attack. They have their leg spikes, which is sometimes the only way to deal with certain enemies.
Yeah, no, I had that on... I can't remember her name. The delinquent.
Yuki,
thank you.
Takayama. Yeah, I just played the game. I remember most people's names now. Yeah, because she's actually spec'd to do it better. She's also the only other character with composite ceramic armor, because she's the tough girl.
Yep.
The 4th gen are not explicitly melee, but she makes hers melee. And again, I love this. I actually love a lot of, like, I do, because I didn't get everybody to their max level to unlock all their skills. I kind of want to go back and do that just to see what they look like, because they actually do a really diverse job of making everybody's characters, like, feel relevant and matter. And, like, I think, you talked about this before, like, character relationships are framed in terms of their different abilities. Like, several characters are like, I work better alone, but also, you know, other characters kick in, they build relationships. Fucking, I love fucking Tomi and Usami-chan and Nenji's Ogata. Like, one of hers is called It's Not Like That, where she gets a stat boost if they're on the same team, and then she's got another one where her attack power versus kaiju near him are increased, which, because he's a 1st gen and she's a 3rd, actually works really well.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the characters' relationships, which, spoilers, this is one of those, complex relationship web games where no, everybody does get pretty locked in the end game.
Everyone
but
hooks
they
up.
actually like make it work pretty good in terms of like the balance and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody kind of flows pretty good and feels like they team up. Like Sekigahara and Fuyusaka have skills that kind of pair off with each other, and while he likes to go charging off on his own, she also has those support abilities he mentioned where she can kind of hang back and keep him alive as he's punching dudes, and you can benefit from different skills. Fuyusaka has a special ability where one of her skills is her summoned guardians and sentinels have better health. Like all of them have these little things. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Also, by the way, Lucky, I've just noticed that you appear to not be streaming right now.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just playing Triple Triad now, so I don't know if people want to watch it, but I'm going to play it. I'm going to keep playing it. I like Triple Triad. Anyway.
But yeah, so gameplay's really tight, and it's very involved in the story. I linked this as our quote-unquote pre-show, but something that it took a while for it to hit me, but it did. The OST is great to this.
Yeah, it is.
Including very classic mecha-ass type things where, in 210, of course he does. Amaguchi asks Yuki Inaba, she's gonna lose communication with you for a little bit, and so she was like, "Hey, Popstar, sing me a song. You sing for us. That way we'll know when you're gone." And yeah, no, it just she sings a fucking pop song.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, yeah, her voice actress, by the way, is an actual J-pop star. It's Mao, M-A-O, if anybody knows.
Yep.
And also, spoilers, she's other characters in the game. They are not shy about shared voice actor shenanigans for reasons.
But no,
because everybody's the same fucking people in this game. Not really, but it's God. The tropes they play with are so fun.
Yeah, but like speaking of that battle, yeah, no, it was a moment when that song actually does fucking fade out, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah, and it fades out like just a little bit before the timer expires.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, no, that's a good cover. Very interesting. They got remixes. I love it. But just in general, the music for all the fights is really good. The final battle has a really, really good like 3-phase theme, which includes, by the way, Lucky's favorite trope. It plays the opening song as a remix of the opening theme with voices as the last section.
And it's great.
No, it's really good. Miyuki Inaba's song Seaside Vacation also comes back as the credits theme.
Mm-hmm.
Really good. Where arguably it's much easier to hear because people aren't yelling for 5 minutes and you're not shooting kaiju everywhere. But still, no, it's good.
It's great.
Yeah, so gameplay really good. Story gameplay also good. Okay. So, on the one hand, I want to say this. I'm really fucking glad. I talked about this before, but I'm really, really glad you have the event list thing. Because it's very important to know when shit is happening. Like, for instance, it took me a while to realize this, but Jiro's the first character you start with.
Yep.
Most of his story scenes are towards the end.
Yep.
Whereas some character scenes are very early.
Yep.
In the network. That's not even getting into flashbacks and the records and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, legit, there are characters who basically complete the most of their story arc before Jiro even starts his. And again, that makes sense because there's like, interesting interior conflicts to all characters, and everyone's story has their own themes, twists, etc., reveals.
Yeah, like interesting, like, Ogata's, while it takes place, is literally him just almost doing the same thing over and over again.
Yes. Ogata's entire story arc takes between a loop in his mind for the most part, because he's looking for information. But it's very critical information to figure out things and build character relationships. And it helps him work through some shit. But also, it's funny because I think that's like the last or the second to last event in Tomi's story, because in Nenji's she's there as well. You get to see it from her perspective and see how the actual normal version of that scene goes.
Yeah,
it's
I
being
know.
replicated in his mind.
Yeah,
and I'm
I
like,
know.
there's so much of this. Lucky, did you catch this subtle one earlier in Shu's story when Jiro comes to see him?
Yeah, no.
And he's alone?
Yeah, no. I was like, wait a minute. Because I hadn't finished Zero's at that point, but I saw them. I was like, wait, didn't this actually play out differently? And I kept...
And to be fair, that scene is so generic, you could just be like, this is just a different day.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the main story mechanic. If you miss or fail to progress the story, you just go back to the generic starter, right?
Yeah, no. So I was kind of feeling like that's what it was, but you were saying the exact same lines. I was like,
Weird. That's a little freaky.
that's a little freaky.
And then it gets explicit, and I think you can only unlock this once you start to figure that out with Jiro, but there's a later scene in Shoes where you redo the entire apartment scene, and it's like, oh, wow, this is wildly different from this POV.
Yeah, but at the same time, they actually do lampshade it really hard at the beginning when you realize that boy might actually know something that isn't, but they only explain it in that one single moment, and they never touch it again until the fucking end. You're just like, that was the longest fucking shot, but it paid fucking off. It's like, oh god, I love this game.
Yeah, no, okay, so we're, let's see, how do I want to do this? Do we want to talk about just like overall plot stuff or like break down character by character?
Honestly, I don't know. Either way, I don't think we're actually going to be able to stick to whatever path we say, because we're just going to start jumping.
Okay. Let's just start talking about individual character stories and use that to kind of jump over everything. Because, like I said, every individual character has their own unique arcs and settings, and there is some interplay with the events, which is usually handled very well. I love how this game jumps from thread to thread. I want to say if there's one complaint I have is that because of the nature of everything, like, shout out to these guys. They constructed an interconnected but separate story with 13 playable characters that all make sense and links up at the end.
Yes.
Now, maybe because they knew their endpoint and you know the endpoint, it helps make it make sense, but it's like a very tangled web that all comes together to the climax. That said, I do feel like as much as... so I want to phrase this way, because Lucky's talking about how he likes this. I like the concept that the last scene for every character ends with to the final battle. That said, some of those to the final battle scenes are bullshit. Those are not to the final battle. This is, you finish your story arc, but we're still 2/3 through another character's story arc, so we don't actually get to see anything until we finish theirs. Like,
yeah, like I will
some
say,
of them felt a little shenanigansy. Like, I'm like, go ahead.
Like there, like I feel like maybe half of them were pretty good, but like fucking like Goto's most of his story, like shit's already happening. You're like mid fucking battle, and he's literally getting outside his bot to go deal with shit. But
Yeah.
fucking like, but some of them are really fucking good. Like the first one I got was Iori's. And I love it so much because I remember.
I actually think I finished hers first as well because I think she's one of the earliest you can do that on.
Yeah, but like the moment that it happened, like it was such a standout moment for me. This is why I remember her as the invincible schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Because that's the name of the scene. Of her deciding that no, she's gonna fucking fight. Because like, even though she is just a schoolgirl, she's a schoolgirl with a giant robot.
Yeah, it's a great scene. It's a little weird because it skips straight from her like confession with A to like that. But still, it's like, no, it's the final battle. She's geared up. She's doing the thing.
Jiro's and I can't remember his name now, is kind of in that same way too. But yeah, there are some weird ones. Like Megumi's was a little weird, but it was kind of in the same vein.
Yeah, Megumi at least pays off the conclusion to her story, right?
Yeah, but if I remember, I think Tomi's was weird.
Yes, Tomi was one that just ends.
Yeah, and
let's see, Amaguchi isn't one of those, I don't think. There's another character besides Tomi though I'm thinking of where it's just like, okay, was it Yuki? I think it was Yuki. Where it's just like, okay, she got Nachan back, they hug, but also
the final battle time, like, where'd she get her Sentinel?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, wait, I know she knows that Sentinels exist, but where did she find hers? I missed that part. I know that was in like a side scene where she got introduced to the concept down at like Shikishima or whatever, but I'm like, this is... Some of these things still feel a little unclear, and maybe that's just because I haven't like actually like line by line reread the event list, but like some of them do feel like weaker conclusions to like the actual overall bit, but they all link back up and it's all pretty good.
Yeah, no.
And I talked about this before. I do understand why Goto and Hijiyama's are the slowest to finish because they have access to the facts. Goto literally has all the facts in his fucking notebook. Ace Detective, and Hijiyama is talking to Okino, who, while very cagey, also knows a lot of shit and will slowly dole it out to Hijiyama along with Yakisoba Pan and Money as Sugar Mama, and also flirting.
Yes, flirting.
Hijiyama's characterization is great. I love how he loves three things: Japan, yakisoba pan, and fucking. Because here's the thing: while he does have the gay panic about his trap boyfriend, he also just wants to bone. Like, every cute girl he meets, he, like, dies inside. Poor boy. He must have been incredibly sheltered in fake 1945.
And yes,
the timeline is fake. No, there was no time travel.
What a twist!
So that was one of those things that I was picking up pretty early on, and they try to justify it with like the parallel worlds thing, but also it's like, nah, it's not right.
Nah, you kind of figure out like what is happening, but you don't necessarily figure out why it's happening.
Yes, I think by about the 50% of everyone's stories, for the most part, like I said, you can't. I don't think you can even go past the prologue for Goto's story until everybody else is past 50. I think.
Yes.
But about the 50% for most of the characters, you start to realize, okay, no, this is not really a time travel story. There's something else going on here, and they talk about the loops and stuff. Like, I was of the mind where I was like, okay, so there's two ways this can work. One, this is actually a time travel / parallel timelines thing, but because of some kind of accident in the 2188 future, we're looping time. Or it's fake, and this is like a computer simulation or something, which it is. It's a Matrix thing. Which, by the way, another great classic sci-fi film that they reference without referencing. And these guys are actually like simulations of these people. I didn't necessarily, until some of the later storylines, pick up on the like cloning and Earth is destroyed elements.
No, I think I don't know. I think I picked that up fairly early, but it was one of those weird out of context things.
God, who is that? Is it Keitaro's story who starts with the flashback to 2188? I think it is. Like, he starts with one of the first events in the timeline going on, right?
Yeah.
And when you see those clips, you're like, all right, something's weird here. Something's going on. This is not just what I thought it was, which I feel like is every 5 minutes in 13 Sentinels, but still. The game is designed so you constantly have that feel, right? Where it's like, hold on a second. What did you just say to me? Kind of a thing. Like, and the game has a mechanic for you to think about stuff, which I love, right?
Yes, the
thought cloud. Game is literally built around that. Is your primary mechanic in the story segments in Remembrance, is the thought cloud, is sitting back and thinking about things or asking people about them.
Yes.
That said, I have a couple of critiques of the Remembrance mode in general. I do feel like sometimes it's a little obtuse, where you're transitioning to different areas and only one of the areas matters, but you can transition to like 5 and do weird optional shit, and sometimes that's necessary for triggers, but other times it's just fluff you can do to kill time.
Yeah, like, and like I said, there was like one particular that got me. You remember me telling you about fucking Hijiyama's fucking looking for loose change so he can buy yakisoba pan?
Yes. I was just about to think about that one. That's a big, like, especially in a story that's so hard to get through, right? Like, he's one of the last ones you can do. I believe to do his finish, you also have to clear, like, Wave 3-5, just like Goto. So you got to get towards the end. But for some reason, they make you dick around for 15, 20 minutes looking for loose change to buy soda and bread and stuff, and I'm like, why, though? Like, I understand that this is neat characterization. For something that takes so much effort to unlock, I feel like it's wasting my time. Like, I understand Hijiyama fucking loves yakisoba pan. I get it. It's the only thing he talks about. In the fucking final battle, he's still calling Megumi his yakisoba pan angel. I get it. He wants to fuck yakisoba pan. Wait, what? Anyway. But why did you make me do that? There's a couple of other characters where, like, and some of it was just unfamiliarity with the mechanics. Like, doing, I think, Jiro's first couple, like, loop-throughs, I was like, wait, so, hold on. I feel like I didn't get all the way to the end of that plot line. Do I get to do it again or not? And sometimes, no. Different days, different loops do different triggers. But sometimes they don't. And the checkpoint system is a little awkward. In that you can't always checkpoint back to fork points. Right?
Right.
So I feel like they could have smoothed that out a little. Like, overall, the story writing, like, it's very good. It's just that there are a couple of weirdnesses where I'm like, I feel like you overly gamified your storytelling a little bit and shouldn't have bothered. Like, you could have made this a little tighter. it didn't really need the padding. But in general, it's really good. And like I said, about 50% through, I'm like, okay, hold on, something's going on here.
Mm.
But there's also a lot of other characters who, like, we talked about how there's, like, no antagonist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't understand that until very late in the game. That, like, most of the people you think are shady are probably still shady, but at the very least, their actions are just shady to you as the player characters.
Well, okay, I guess on the most technical level, there is an antagonist. But the antagonist did their antagonist thing, like, way before you had any fucking say in the matter.
Well, yeah, and if you want to go that far, like, all of the space versions of the character, the 2188 character of people, a lot of them did dumb shit and fucked some shit up.
Yeah. Like, this...
and set this in motion.
Yeah, because... keep going.
That was, 11 billion years ago.
Yeah. So, big spoilers. So, basically what happens at the end of this is you find out that Earth is dead and you're basically a fucking ark going to a new planet. And to help with this, you are basically put into a computer simulation to help grow young minds.
Yes, because they have to grow and adapt your bodies to survive outside your cloning pod.
Yes. But someone back on OG Earth was like, no, we must die for our mistakes, and sabotaged the program. And the way they sabotaged the program is they took advantage of one programmer's lazy code to basically...
Okay, no.
to...
Oh, okay, so it's probably from a mystery file I haven't done. Okay, so it's been 5,000 years. They're unclear about the timeline.
Yeah. But that... to basically take advantage and slowly destroy the program. Yeah, so that's the fucking high level of what happened. And the current timeline is you are basically, because from what I understand is you didn't spend 5,000 years in the simulation. You only spent like the past
the loop is supposed to be, or the simulation is supposed to run to get you ready to exit the simulation at 20 years.
Yeah, and they've had to redo it a few times. I'm not sure how many times.
I believe I think there's, did they say there's 4 loops? We know for sure two full loops happen because that's when some of the in-simulation characters are from.
Yeah. Because I know there's at least 3 loops minimum.
So baby version, Jiro Izumi and Chihiro and etc. Like they did a loop separately, then they backed themselves up, and that's when they show up as adults, and they fucked that up at least once, and then they came back again.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like you could argue that like, killing Professor Morimura and like blowing shit up, that probably didn't help the project. You didn't mention her by name, but it was OG Ryoko who fucked up the system.
Yeah.
She got all nihilist and fucked shit up. We can also say that Okino, I believe he was killed. So.
Yeah, no, he died, and fucking Hijiyama
thing going on.
Yeah, no. But yeah. Like, the whole kaiju
but
thing...
he was the one who caused the exploit because he used an old video game code to build the simulation, because he was like, fuck it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. But I do, like... Again, talking about there's no actual antagonist, fucking Juro, who became a What? Omega, are we cutting out again?
You're back. You cut out a little bit, but I got you back.
Okay. But we're talking about no actual protagonist. Like, for a long time, we've been told that Jiro Izumi is a fucking terrorist. He's gonna try and kill us all.
426.
Yes. But you realize that, no, he's literally changing the rule of the games. Like, the entire gameplay section of the fucking, this is something I thought was actually really, really clever. The entire fucking concept of the meta chips and the whole gameplay access of the Sentinels isn't something that's actually a gameplay mechanic. It's an actual mechanic that they use to put in the game that they justified by giving them a fighting chance, because otherwise they would have no way to win.
Yeah, they even mentioned this. Originally, the Sentinels weren't supposed to be manned. They were supposed to be all autonomous, and that's why you fight the Gladiator enemies in later maps. Those are literally Sentinels that the Deimos have at first captured and then reproduced.
Yeah. They mentioned this a lot, that the original design has no room for a cockpit, but people are just like, yeah, no, we're totally in the cockpit.
You're actually in your clone pod. But anyway,
Yeah.
that doesn't come out until the very, very last bit.
Yeah.
But
So.
yeah, like you said, you're told 426 is a bad guy. It's a very recurring theme in certain characters' plot lines. And then you actually meet him, and while he's certainly very sinister, because spoilers, he's Shutakun and also Catman.
Mm-hmm.
Fluffy.
Well, he was
God,
also
that cat is shady as fuck.
he was also that girl that was hanging out with
Yes, he was fake Erika Aiba wearing the Tamao-san android.
Yeah, because before that he was the fucking Tomy android.
Yes, after being a vanilla-ass android. But, when you first see him and you first hear him talk in the android voice, you're like, oh, this motherfucker's bad.
Mm-hmm.
But then you realize, and it sounds like no offense to this dude, he's done some dumb shit and some bad things, but he is ultimately trying to break the cycle in a good way, right?
Yeah, no, because that's what eventually why he did things in the first place, is he was trying to stop the cycle. And at first, he only thought he can do it by destroying everything. And then he realized, like, no, that's not going to work. I need another way. But by that time, people was like, he's a terrorist.
He's a consciousness criminal, which I love, by the way, that they're like, yeah, this dude's just a consciousness, because this is an interesting thing, right? We talked about the ARC project. They couldn't decide what year to set it in, so they made 5 sectors of different years to have humans develop different cultures and different tech levels so that they could, be different from 2188, because 2188 sounds like kind of a shit place. Like, even before Professor Muramura accidentally the Grey Goo Plague, there were scandals about weird nanomachine shit, like mind-hacking people and taking over their bodies through the Interlocita.
Yeah, no, Mafia.
And other, Eclipse Phase ass shit. No, it was the tech level humanity had reached in 2188 was scary and bad. So Professor Muramura was like, okay, what if we made it different? And people couldn't agree, so they split up the sectors, and they split up where they're supposed to be. 2188, Keitaro is explicitly talking about how he wants to grow up in the World War II times, because he thought that would be an interesting historical era to be in.
Yes.
It also makes sense why Hijiyama's copy is put there, because he was a security man. He was a military man, worked under Major Juro Izumi.
Yep.
In the past, in the future past.
Got Leviathan.
And I don't actually know necessarily why other characters were scattered to other regions. It sounds like Natsuno and Yuki were supposed to be in the same one to start, which makes sense, because, by the way, that's one of those weird, only in storyline twists. It doesn't matter to the meta, but they reveal that the reason why Yuki has all these protective feelings for Natsuno is not, you wonder, is this a Yuri thing?
No, it's because Yuki's literally her mom.
Yeah, no, the OG Yuki Takamura was Natsuno's mother, and she was divorced, which is why she has a different surname. So, yeah, no, that's why she feels all these protective feelings. This also comes up later in the epilogue, when she reveals that she and Shu have been fucking, and they have a kid already, and the kid looks just like Natsuno. Because genetically, she's like Natsuno's sister. And then Yuki even says it in a weird way. It's almost like she's as much your kid as mine, and Natsuno's like, well, I don't know about that part, but... Do, by the way, love the way different relationships progress.
Oh, yeah,
Megumi and Juro are still gross lovebirds even after 5 years. This thing's, I'm like, oh, they did not unfuck that. Wild. Point. Because the current loop's Tamao Karabe does not predict in the thing. Now, the gay couple's fine.
Gay couple's
talk
fine.
about X. You haven't played the game. Chip dynamic. Their relationship dynamic is just Okino teases Hijiyama constantly, and I love that when we get to the sequel, he's like, when you get to the post-game stuff where he's like, no.
And then Okino's like, oh, I guess I can't fluster. I guess I have to up my level. Hey, Hijiyama, this is digital, so I could literally change my body to anything. And just gets close. Anything. And it's just like, Hijiyama's like, I can't handle this. How dare you? No, it's great. Omega? Are we losing him?
You garbled a little bit there, but I'm there. I was paused because I'm reading Axe's thing. Okino ties up a lot of people in his basement.
Yeah.
But that's because he's trying to solve the fucking problem. Okino is one of the few characters who is actually actively working on things. Also, yes, Hijiyama is from the 40s, kind of. Honestly, if you think about it. Like, he gets over it.
It is very interesting to see the...
Yeah, the thing with Tamao is that I feel kind of sad about is that she, like I said, she gets jobbed out of the loop, like, really early. I don't even know if she understands, like, did she actually get out of the simulation? I don't know. It's probably clarified in that interview.
No, she does, because remember in the epilogue they have the meeting with the Tamao android and Tamao.
Okay, so she does probably talk, she talks about that, because she talks about how nostalgic it is to be back there, and she doesn't seem confused by any of it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so she gets out, she just doesn't show up as a character at all in the final battle sequence. I feel sad for her.
Yeah, well, that's because,
well, yeah, she got slurped into the universal control very early.
Yeah, and then the android got beaten up by Tom. Real talk, I know this might have been too hard for him. I really wish they animated that fucking android fight with fucking Natsuno in the bathroom, and all you hear is the bong. And
yeah, they do a lot with subtle stuff. Fucking Wajima getting beat up all the time. But no, that's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I do kind of wish I could have actually like seen the fucking Terminator fight, because that's what it was. It was a fucking Terminator fight. They show a little bit of when everybody busts out their phasers and blows the fuck up out of the Etika Aiba android. By the way, that's one of those things that's like, you know, that's fucking fucked up, right? When you're playing Yuki's story, you're like, oh no, that's Tamao-san's face. That's, no matter what's going on here, none of it's right.
Yeah.
But it's just 426 riding shotgun, trying to get. It sounds like one, he's trying to get intel on Ida, and also trying to like figure out what the fuck's going on, right? Like he's trying to get more intel. Also, by the way, that means that like almost all of Yuki's story takes place before Juro's story, because that's actually a plot point.
Yeah, no. After that is when Juro runs into the damaged Tamao robot, gets infected, and then starts meeting his buddy, Shu. Or what? I forgot his name already.
Shuta.
Shuta, that was.
Kyuta Shuta, or Shiba.
Yeah, Shiba. I remember.
Anyway, okay, so they did cut some stuff. I'll look at that later. That's to be expected. Like, they did literally have 15 major characters, but like you said, Okino gets jobbed out at the end of Hijiyama's story, so he can only tell Hijiyama stuff. But he's still a presence constantly. Anyway. So, like, we're talking about how everybody got split up. They do the different things. So, but there's never any time travel. You're just shifting between the three sectors. And they reveal very late that everybody you meet who's not the 15 major characters is an AI.
Yep, and that fucking 80% of the inoculators processing bit capacity, I found this interesting, was dedicated to processing your senses. So,
yeah. The nanomachines were basically doing the VR full dive stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm going to assume that so that the lessons they were learning, like, stick, basically, right? Like, they're trying to... The reason why they're in the simulation is because they need time for their bodies to be ready to survive outside the pods, right?
Right.
But they're also using it because you're supposed to come out at age 20 or age 18 and then take a 2-year training course. Like, they're trying to train these people to be serviceable colonists, which works. It helps, I think, that all the what do you mean by AGE? What's that E stand for, Ax? Think about your acronyms. Oh, yeah, no, by the way, you could totally replicate this in Eclipse Phase.
They're thinking AGIs, by the way, Ax.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I'm like, hold on, I need to make sure. But yeah, no, this literally, you could replicate this plot in Eclipse Phase. There are, in fact, deep space self-replicating probes filled with people in VR space, in simulspace. And it would give you a good excuse to have a giant mecha fight in Eclipse Phase, because there are stats for some giant robots, but they're pretty rare, and most of them are evil. Again, no, by the way, huge Eclipse Phase vibes in this.
Mhm.
The nanomachines, the brain dubbing, you talked about the interlocutors processing, like, that's a big thing. The fucking mind hacking, that's also very Eclipse Phase. Like, copying up your memories. Like, for instance, like, Hijiyama has a big existential crisis about this, but Okino doesn't about how, oh yeah, no, my brainstem totally got fucked by the virus. I just backed up my
Memories
memories as an AI first and then re-downloaded them into me. I'm fine.
Yeah, no.
And he really does seem fine. He's the same personality. He's the same, thing going on. But yeah, no. So most of the characters you meet are AI. I'm glad that Little Big Professor backs them up. Great character, by the way. That's hilarious.
That was a twist that I wasn't necessarily expecting in Kyoko.
That was one that when they when Goto like first drops his suspicion, I'm like, ah shit, you're right, aren't you? But until then, I'm like, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I guess just new Morimura wanted to scrub out old Morimura? No, it's actually old Morimura wanted to rub out new Morimura. Whoa. No, it's talking about the twist. It's great.
But also, talking about that character, I love that because she changed a little bit because she did live as a small and had a big brother and everything. And
yeah, she remembers that. She even says this early, and she's not lying as far as I can tell. She still has all the memories from when she was Chihiro Mura, Keitaro's little sister.
Yep, and I just love the part where she's just like, "Good luck."
By the way, I love the emphasis on the catsuit there too. That's very accurate. Yes, this is one of the things that like poor Chihiro-san. She is the most duped character in this series.
Yeah.
At various points, there are like 3 or 4 of her running around, and it's very confusing. Also, yes, no. Grown up, already looped Chihiro Morimura when she's not dressed as a busty nurse teacher is in a fucking 80s ass catsuit.
Yeah, no.
Which is great, and definitely reminds you that this game is made by Vanillaware. Like most of their character designs are pretty subdued. They usually go for a very stylized look.
Mm-hmm.
They don't hold back about what I would argue is. I mean, she's an adult, so it makes sense. Like it's a little weird. Like, so everybody's naked in their cockpit, so there's a lot of chest up shots that are very articulately edited or framed to not actually show naughty bits.
Mm-hmm.
That at least is, I think, equal opportunity nudity.
Oh yeah, no. Everyone's naked.
Everyone's pretty naked. But there's definitely a lot of emphasis made on the fact that Morimura is sexy in this. But also, like I said, this game's very tropey. Of course you have to have the older, slick woman spy, right?
Yeah.
Like, she's got to be sexy. The game takes mostly place in the fake 80s.
Like I said, like, they have literally crammed every science fiction trope they can into this game, and then some.
And it makes sense because the fact that it's not actually time travel.
No.
It's fake.
It's all fake.
They're copying the culture of these different time periods.
So, like, yeah, no, but talking about Chihiro, like, again, just love that moment when she literally warps out all the other programs into a different section. She's like, "Good luck, big brother." I'm just like, oh, so good. But
yeah, I do feel this is one of those things. So I'm glad that the OG Chihiro-san got to come back in the post game because that was one of the things that I was like, oh, that's really sad that she got fucking murked at the mid tier. Like that's set up to A's story.
Yeah, but
that she's dead, and I'm like, oh, that's a little bit of a cut up.
But then you realize by the rule of the game, anyone who dies just gets automatically uploaded to Universal Control.
Yeah, she was already stored in some form in Universal Control, so it's like, okay, oh no, she gets to come back. We just had to reset the simulation to an earlier point before shit got fucked.
Yep. And she gets... Because here's the interesting thing about character relationships, because character relationships are different through every loop. Almost.
Yes, because that's the thing. It's important to remember that everybody is clones.
Yes.
While there is memory dubbing technology, even that doesn't guarantee that you're the same person.
Yes.
For instance, Iori is the new Chihiro.
Yes.
Right? But I believe she has her relocated and has her name changed because she's also going to exist as herself as an AI in this loop. But she is trying to dub her memories back into Iori because she's realized that because she's no longer the alpha clone, she doesn't have her access codes or anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But
God damn it! Sorry, playing script
Iori
side.
receives these as her dreams, right?
Yes.
As the memories. She never really becomes Chihiro. I think it's because Morimura changes what she's planning like partway through, but also just the way that the memory dubbing technology does.
Yeah, because she learned that she would never have control in the first place, so she scraps the plan. I think that's when she started with. Am I dying again?
Axe, you got to stop quoting rumors and half remember stuff. Yeah, you cut it a little bit, but that's okay. You were talking about how Morimura-san realized that she couldn't actually get her access back.
Yeah. And so she decided to switch ends. It's like the same thing with well, not quite the same thing, but almost the same thing with Juro. You think that Juro's having the weird dreams from the medication, but that turns out not to be the fucking case. This game is filled with red herrings. You could feed a small army with the amount of red herrings in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, the Juro is actually the double twist. Like at first you thought, Morimura Sensei is fucking with him. It's like, no, actually, you learn out later. No, the AI Tamao pretended to be his grandma and made him Juro Karabe because his memory got fucked in the 2020s. Yeah. I don't think he was from the 2020s originally, but that's he gets his brain blasted in the Sentinels in 2025.
Yeah.
So rather than redub him as 426 Juro Izumi, or any Juro Izumi, AI Tamao comes up with the idea, what if we just make him a new personality and see if that works out?
Mm-hmm.
And then, by the way, AI Tamao-san, I don't know whether to slap you or hug you, setting up Megumi immediately, right? Which is like, yo, so your boy Juro, his brain's been blasted. He's probably not the same dude anymore, but you want to come live at the same house as him and look after him for me? Because I know I can trust you to do that. And Megumi's just like, Hajibaba, here's the rental agreement.
Bye.
Just look out for him. And if he ever says he's Juro Izumi, you gotta let me know. Okay. Bye. I'm gonna go get my shit fucked.
And it's great because that leads into the whole cat and magical story, because I didn't pick that up at all. That the cat only shows up at very specific
Oh, I definitely figured out there were two cats, right?
Yeah, there was two cats, but I did not understand the summoning condition, I guess it would be, for the second cat.
Yeah, nobody can be around.
Yeah.
Because the cat's not real. Also, I do actually think, is the cat the same VA as Shiba-kun?
Well, it's the same. I'm assuming so.
It's the same character. I wouldn't be shocked. He just has different tones of voices.
Yeah.
As seen in the post-game, yes, okay. Because as Shiba-kun, he's, hey, I'm cool, I'm hip, I'm a hyperactive dude like you. We're great. Oh, well, you're talking about the English. We did the Japanese. I think it's the same VA in Japanese. As cat, he's like, I'm down here. I hate your guts. I'm a cat.
But
I love how it's like to be fair, Megumi and Juro meet up in their old high school and are just like, the English for this is supposed to be pretty good. I do want to hear it at some point. Like, they've got a lot of really good people in it, and it sounds like it's one of the best works they've done. But also, like, the Japanese is really pro. Like, there's a lot of names you'd recognize in there. But I was talking about Catman. Like, Megumi and Juro meet up in their it's basically their 5-year high school reunion, only they're still in high school in the simulation. And Megumi's like, oh, I forgot how much of a soft boy you were in high school, basically. Because we know this from seeing future Juros. Yeah, Juro's fucking jacked when he gets older. Like, he's a pretty tough dude, and I can't imagine that while I'm sure he's intelligent enough to do some of the weird fancy science stuff, I would also expect that most of his natural talent lends towards like security and stuff because he was a military officer.
Yeah, no, he was a military officer originally. Even in his loop, he was like a top pilot.
Yeah, no, he was like a high tier dude. And like we said, when you see him again in the post game, you get reminded of how fucking swole he is. He is a large lad. So obviously that's how Juro Karabe turns out. But then because Shiba is his own character now, he's just like, ugh, you're gross. He turns into a cat, talks shit about the two of them being so gross in the hallways, and like, I'm leaving. Because that's what he is. It's great. But yeah, no, like you said, this leads to the situation where Megumi invades Juro's house, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Juro's very confused. In a lot of ways.
Like at first you think he might not just actually like her, but then you realize he's having actually a double problem of he has memories of maybe killing her, and he might be also having a problem with teenage hormones.
Great fucking meme. Oh, that's real good. That's very relevant. Anyway, no, yeah. So, yes. So his actual problem is twofold. One, he's having an existential crisis because 426 Catman is feeding him his memories as his weird movies, right?
Yes.
Which Jiro Karabe into himself as Jiro Izumi, but eventually he just turns into, nah, dude, I'm just arming you with the information you need to get the job done.
Mm-hmm. Meg, I think you keep cutting out for me, my dude.
From his relationships with the other characters that while he's not... Oh, I do keep cutting out for you. Yeah, Discord's being really weird tonight.
Yeah.
My audio version's fine. You've cut out for me a couple of times. Am I okay for everybody in the audience right now? But my lights... Even the old disconnect, reconnect.
Yeah, let's do the old disconnect, reconnect.
All right.
Whoa, that was weird.
We're
okay. Back.
Yeah, my Discord thing was not lighting up when I was speaking, so yes, it was definitely cutting out. Where was I? Right, I was talking about how Izumi was trying to hijack Jiro at first, but then was just like, nah, I'm just gonna give you the info you need.
And here, let's go give this girl a magic gun.
Yeah, but he does manage to feed Jiro Karabe some of this loops Jiro Izumi's memories. So that he, in addition to just naturally actually being sweet on Megumi, he comes to understand how much he must have cared about her in the past, and thus how much she cares about him, and they get together, and it's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple, I think it's just maybe a sprite limitation. There are a couple of moments where I'm like, I'm doing the fucking Little Mermaid thing where I'm like, sha-la-la-la-la, kiss the girl. They don't do it. The best you get is some very tight hugging. But I'm like, But they have a nice ending where, like, the two of them, their collective ending is basically like, Jiro realizes that he and Megumi are in fact tight. She does come to like Karabe for being Karabe. Because let's be real, he's basically the same person. He just doesn't remember the same stuff.
Yeah.
The memories are gone. The personality is the same.
Mm-hmm.
They have all this great stuff back and forth, and then he realizes, no, I am in fact, and this is actually how his story starts. And if in the prologue, if you remember, in the final battle,
yeah,
where people are asking, "Hey, which guy are you?" and he's like, "No, I'm Jiro Karabe, guys." Because, man, I'm thinking about it, it takes a long time for that to play out, because that's introduced in his prologue, the identity confusion, but it takes forever to actually figure out what the fuck is going on, because it turns out there's 2 Jiro Izumis, at least. Oh, we're talking about this game and the multiple peoples, god damn.
No, I guess...
Yes, so they have a great relationship, it's pretty good.
Yeah. But again, like, 426 was... Like I said, I can't...
Red herring.
Yeah, he was a definitely big red herring, but also, like, as I said, this is a game with no antagonist, but definitely seeing the plots and plans of everyone going at it and how they come into conflict with each other was, like I said, no, this is what I think about the game in general, just a giant, beautiful mess. Like,
yes. While there is no real antagonist that exists in the story, there are a lot of characters, especially the quote-unquote adult characters, the previous loop characters, who have done some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Like some people might even argue, hey, isn't Tetsuya Ida an antagonist? I mean, no, I've finished the game, Axe. Everybody is, in fact, alive.
Yes.
They even brought back Tetsuya Ida. Where, like, honestly... again, when you go in that view, he seems like an okay guy. He has, I mean, yeah, probably. Like, you don't really figure out how fucked up their situation is until the midpoint of the game, and then it turns hopeful, right?
Yeah.
Like, the game doesn't start with you realizing how grim shit actually is. You don't know how fucked up it is until you get to the middle, and then you're like, ah, shit's bad. And then you're like, oh, wait, no, shit is good. We can fix it. Let's do it. But yeah,
Popstar, sing me that song!
Ida is an asshole, and I'm not sad that Shinonome shot his ass.
Yeah, no.
And then that Sekigahara shot him a second time.
He is he's just really lonely and wants his old girlfriend back.
Well, yeah, he went to the trouble of recording his personal girlfriend as an AI and bringing her back and realizing that he can keep doing it. And like I said earlier, we got distracted from this, but I think it's because one of us cut out. But like, speaking about 426 doing some fucked up shit, like, I think he fucks with Ida just to fuck with Ida when he talks about, you should have brought her back in a clean body right away. Like,
well,
wow,
yeah,
that's kind of a dickhead thing to say, buddy.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, Ida was just constantly uploading its consciousness, torturing it for information, and then shutting it back off.
Oh yeah, no, like I said, it's not like a clean thing, but he goes out of his way to emotionally manipulate and rile up Ida to make him do some fucked up shit so he can get out. And it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, that's a little dark. But ultimately, while Ida genuinely doesn't seem to give much of a fuck about anybody else, he really is just a dude in love.
Yeah. And for the most part, he is trying to solve this fucking problem of the
Everything possible to bring her back. And she doesn't seem to appreciate me as much as I want, but I don't care. I'm still gonna try and do the thing.
But it turns out that in the end, she still loves him.
Like, even when you get to that final confrontation between him and Shu, which is great, because they're very different people, right?
Yeah, I'm cutting out. Or Omega can't hear me.
I'm in the hell, too.
Oh, why are they doing this? This makes this
It's okay, I'm back.
This cutting out is really making this conversation hard, because I'm talking, and I know Mega keeps talking, and so I'm just like, Mega probably doesn't hear me right now.
Nope. And then there's other times when I'm like, my Discord's freaking out. Are people hearing me? Like, it's not great.
No, it's not great.
We'll have to power through, because I don't think we can let this go for another week.
No. But
no, I think we were both saying that Ida and Inaba also both still care about each other, basically.
Yeah, they do. Because Inaba is on a satellite that's orbiting the station, but she's trying to fix everything and save her boyfriend. Without, destroy everything.
Yes. And honestly, even though she helps you, she even says it herself, I didn't actually think this plan was going to work. I just didn't want to give up, so I decided to give it my all.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like, when I was talking about it before we had to do our reset just then, when you have that confrontation between Ida and Shu, where Shu is like, "Oh no, he's going to delete her," and Ida is like, "No, you fucking moron! Why would I do that? She is literally the only person I love. I'm just gonna make it so she can't talk to you assholes for a little bit, so I can fix my problems." I think Ida forks into a point I do want to raise, though, which is, I do genuinely kind of feel like my least favorite, not that I like hating these characters, I do feel like my least favorite character and the character who's the weirdest to play as is Shinonome.
Yeah.
He's Ryoko. Because, like, I gotta be real, her story's very repetitive. It boils down to, my head, let me take my pills, or, hey, is that Ida guy alive?
Well, like, she's also a girl.
Good.
She is the... Well, like, a lot of the girls here are the girl in love, but she's the one that is desperately in love.
Yes. Well, she's quite, she's almost as yandere as Ida himself is.
Yeah.
I also was going to say, when you started this, because I thought you were going to go in a different direction, she is definitely a certain archetype of character in this type of fiction.
I was trying to go that direction, but I couldn't think of the words.
Yeah, she is a certain archetype of character, right? Yeah, like Rei. She's covered in bandages. She's kind of mysterious and waifish, but she knows more than she lets on, but also she doesn't know more because she's got fucking horrific amnesia.
Also, don't touch her. Don't touch me. I don't like you. Get away from me.
Yeah, basically. But that also makes her very weird to play as and interact with as the other characters, because she's kind of an asshole to everybody. And sometimes it's not just the amnesia. I do think she genuinely seems to, once her brain finally breaks for good, she does seem to actually be mostly okay. Like, she was a pleasant enough girl beforehand. But it's definitely kind of awkward to run through her story, because it's a little bit, like, darker and more melancholic than other characters. Like, even even Sekigahara's story feels more like hopeful and put together. Yes, he's on the run for his life because he has no fucking memories and shit. But at the very least, he
met cute.
Yeah, he met cute, and he makes positive relationships. Is basically where I was gonna go with that.
Yeah.
And he's very proactive about his amnesia.
He's like, I gotta figure out the thing. Check out my sweet bike.
Yeah, he's got a sick bike. But yeah, I think ultimately, like, Ryoko might be one of the weaker characters, but she's still all right. Like, I don't hate her. I just felt like playing through her story was kind of like, it's because they make it an actual thing where if you don't take your pills, your screen gets weird, and eventually she collapses and you can't do shit. I'm like, okay, this is a little too much enforced method acting game. It makes it a little awkward to play.
Well, to be fair, she's kind of an awkward character.
Oh, yeah, no. Like I said, it's very thematically appropriate, but for gameplay purposes, it is awkward. I'm actually quite surprised. I actually quite like Gota's character. I thought he was going to be a little too aloof, but nah, he's actually out here solving fucking mysteries, dude.
And thankfully, he did all the fucking sleuthing beforehand. You just need to exposit it.
Yes. Now, that's why you can't complete his story until last, because he already knows fucking everything. But no, he's actually pretty positive. Like, he is aloof, but that's because he doesn't know who he can trust, right?
Right.
He's in the middle of a fucking murder mystery. And also, it's interesting how, as the senpai, like, they're supposed to be older characters, him and Ryoko are the one who are pining for teachers, basically.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's an ambiguous thing. I do know this fact. I believe it was in one of those interviews. You see Goto and Shinonome approach Little Big Professor. Seeing my Discord light go out, I think that means I broke up a little bit there.
You did. I hear you again now.
Okay, do I disconnect or do I write it out?
Can you hear me now?
Lights, camera, action.
God damn it. I'm gonna disconnect. I disconnected and reconnected. Because I could. That's how lucky do.
Alright, hold on. Hold on. Where the fuck is the server right now? I'll move it. I'll move the server. Okay, we're in the east.
We're in the east.
We'll see if that helps. We'll put the server closer to me and see if that makes the connections different. Or maybe just the West Coast servers are busy. Okay, where was I?
You were talking about Goto.
You see Shinonome and Goto, like, talking to Chihiro in the postgame. And the game doesn't say outright that they're together, and this is actually something the director has said. I don't care what it is. You make up your mind.
Yeah, no, I did see that myself, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense, but hey. To be fair,
it's a little loose because it would be kind of a well, I don't actually know if it would be a second love. Apparently, in the backstory, they dated in middle school. It's in their mystery files. But I could see it as like a second love type thing where, like, they realize, oh no, the people we like are, like, way into other people. That's not gonna work. We'll be cool. Or they could just not. Because they are planning on reviving all their AI friends as real peoples.
Yep, they're gonna basically...
Which, thank God they do, because poor Miwako. I love that. I love that tiny food-loving girl so much.
She is the best.
She's the token normal character that this kind of story really needs.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Oh, she's so great.
She's great. She's a normal person, but she tries to do things in her own way. And honestly, like, a lot of the times, Miyako is your fucking distraction. Especially when, I found this hilarious about, Ryoko's story, is to get away from fucking Gota, you would have to go find Tomi, and then Miyako would be like, oh my god, it's Goto-senpai, and completely distract him, so you're like, I'm out! Because, Gota... But also later... But also... And later, you see her say, well, quote-unquote, saving, Chihiro. And she's like, yeah, shit's bad, but I still gotta take care of this little girl. I was like, oh god, she's so great. I love her.
And that's the moment when Professor Morimura is like, shit, maybe I should do something.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I guess I'll help those dumb kids.
Because
that's the thing. Professor Morimura is fucking old, right? Like, she's an old lady in the flashbacks, and she radiates major old lady vibes even as a small child.
Yeah.
She's too old for your shit.
Yeah. I did find her reasoning interesting because she basically put herself into this to act as a leader because she was worried at the direction of which humanity would go after that, so she wanted someone there to guide him. And of course, she nominated herself. But
and, well, and to be fair, she's a genius who like knows a lot of the tech base they're working with, right? Like she seemed like a pretty senior coordinator on this project.
Yeah, she did. But after seeing like all the bullshit that's going through, she's all like, whatever, I don't care. You kids do what you want. I'm just gonna be salty over here. And she slowly comes around.
Yeah, and you see this in the post credits because it's the first thing you do. That's the scene we talked about with Gota and Ryoko talking to her, and she's like, well, sounds like you guys are doing pretty good. Maybe you don't need a leader. Maybe you're doing all right.
But then you're just like, but then they talk about how, you know, they could still use her help. She's like, all right, I guess I could do a peer review. And you know, she's just being fucking soon.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, this is good. Real talk, the post credits is good just all around. It just makes me feel so much better about everything. Oh god.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's a denouement that is a little lengthy, but you need it. Like the story really needs that conclusion. Like I said, I talked about this earlier. It gives you interesting shades on the relationships. You know, it's I love this, by the way, that Ogata and Tomi are their relationship is still very volatile, but also canonically they're also one of the two groups who've clearly been fucking because they have kids multiple.
Yeah, I do find, because Okata's still kind of delinquent, because when he comes in, he goes like, "Oh yeah, you used to be flat. Oh, thank God you said that. Thank God you filled out. Thank God you filled out."
I'm lucky you filled out as you got older, and she's just like, "Oh no."
Yeah, I was like, "Well, fine. You can handle the kids. I'm gonna go on a fucking date. I'm going to hang out with my gal pals.
I'm not coming home tonight." By the way, as they're blowing poor AI Miwako's mind because she's still stuck in 1985.
she's like, what?
I love, by the way, how her brain translates as, wait a minute, does that mean you two have boyfriends before me? And they're like, no, Miwako, don't worry about it. No. But no, I love how, like I said, it's interesting. I started talking about this, like, Jiro and Megumi, super lovey-dovey. They're almost gross, but they don't mention having kids or anything. All we know is that Megumi is still hot, which is pretty... I would assume that anyway. But Jiro got grizzled. He got swole. We know that even though Shu is still a playboy, probably.
Yeah, no, he still is. Like, they kind of mentioned this when they come back, of how Shu's like starts talking to all the girls he sees again, and Yuki's just like, oh, this guy.
Yeah, and they even talk about how he hit on Ryoko Senpai. They still call her, and he's like, whoa, hey, come on, I still got that Ida guy's memories. It was just a passing phase. I'm
cool.
Cause you know he does have a wife and a kid now, so he's not that bad, but like they've still. I mean, he's in a relationship with Yuki, so also naturally their relationship is spicy. But again, I love that these are two of the relationships that canonically after 5 years have kids.
I imagine their relationship is that he says something stupid and he probably gets punched in the stomach for it.
Yeah, probably. And then he falls over and he can't go anywhere, and then they fuck after. It's like, oh no, I am struck down. Whatever will I do?
Probably puts on like a bit of a pity act. It's like, oh my God.
The only thing I feel kind of sad about is that Oh, my Discord lights are freaking out again. It's not working.
No!
Lucky's coming back to me?
Stop it!
Alright, I think we're picking up okay.
Are we picking up okay?
Yeah, I think we're back. It was just a temporary hiccup. You like cut out a little bit, and then I was like, my light's not lighting up when I talk. That means that you can hear me. So the thing I was going to say was that the one I think I'm disappointed in is that, unfortunately, I've heard some people complain that the relationship's kind of shallow. I actually like Iori and Sekigahara because it's very tropey. It's very tropey.
It was like their meeting was literally like standard shoujo fare of Jikoku run into boy.
It was love at first sight, yeah. And to be fair, like I do think it's pretty good because they are very mutually supportive with each other, right?
Oh yeah.
Like
it takes them both a little bit of time to actually fully understand their feelings and maybe move forward with what they want. Like, going forward, like, he might be gone soon, but, you know, sometimes it's the people we know. And Iori being all like, yeah, no, this guy I like is maybe a bit weird, and shit's fucked, but you know what? I'm gonna do something about it. Like, this is why, like, I'm talking about why I think, like, Invincible Schoolgirl is, like, one of my favorite. It's because it's her realizing that she can't run away from her problems. She can't run away. She has a lot of things she's care about, so she needs to fight for them. And that, in turn, inspires A to be like, yeah, no, shit's fucked. I don't know who I am or where I'm going, but you know what? If the girl I love is gonna fight, I'm gonna fight, too. It's
right.
like, so...
but I do feel like it's a little sad that he says he's not good at these things, which also makes sense because he's been brain blasted.
Yeah.
That he's not good at the, like, social stuff, so he doesn't show up. But I'm a little disappointed. I'm like, aw. I mean, obviously they're still together because, like, Iori understands what he's doing and, like, understands his psychology. But it's a little sad he doesn't get to show up in the denouement. But it makes sense. Sekigahara is a character who doesn't have a lot of relationships. Weird, I know. It's because of the amnesia. Like, what would he do? Talk with Ryoko? But they've already had their resolution a couple of times. Like, in each's story, they've had that moment where they remember what the fuck their relationship is. Well, it's true. He was assassin, but remember, that was 5,000 years ago or whatever. I'm pretty sure he's over it.
Yeah, I think it was Professor Chiamoro who... Yeah, because he literally... It was his fault because he blew up the thing, which fucked up the power, which means they couldn't support all the systems, if I remember correctly. Listen, there's a lot that happened. It's sometimes hard remembering fucking...
Yeah, there's basically the equivalent of a small movie of 2188 going on. Like, you learn how Megumi got on the project. She was just literally a kid. Her dad worked with
Jiro.
With Major Izumi, and he was like, yeah, I'm infected, but my kid's not. Trust me.
And then
you gotta let me in. And they're like, nah, we can't let you in. You're infected with the nanomachine plague. And Jiro's like, give me a ship. I'll go out there. And he's like, sir, listen. The guy will get in the shuttle and he'll go in. I'll wait in the airlock with the girl. If nothing happens in 24 hours, if we show up as infected in 24 hours, we just don't let me back in. And obviously, it was fine. But still, it's like, damn, Jiro, you hardcore.
He is hardcore. He makes my heart go Kyun. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with this point. See, here's the problem with the cutting out.
We're just talking about it fucks up our flow.
Yeah, it really does.
Also, in general, though, the nature of the story kind of fucks up our flow because it's so easy to jump from point to point and character to character.
Like, honestly, like, again, I talk about this, I'm kind of upset that 13 Sentinels did not at least get a Game of the Year nomination because Jesus fucking Christ, it's so good.
Honestly, I can see why also, though, because it's like we said, it's a very complex game that takes a while to unpack. I can see how people would have, even though it's not a long game, you have to invest a decent amount of time in the starting to actually figure out what the fuck is up, right?
But again, like, once you put in that last puzzle piece, you get, like, all your final battles. Once the music swells up and you put it down, you just realize that you will never have this experience for the first time ever again. And that, like, to me personally, that means a lot. Games that I have this feeling are few and far between. Like, oh god, what games did I say? Like, yeah, this is only the third game I think I've had this specific kind of feeling with. First was To the Moon, which was this really, it was old and emotional game that you didn't think was going to be as emotional as it was, but it fucking kills you. Second was Undertale, which, for obvious reasons, I mean, Undertale literally became a fucking huge sensation. And third is 13 Sentinels. What did Yoko Taro say? Let's see. So apparently Yoko Taro went on to say, Vanillaware is like a treasure we must all protect, so you should definitely buy 13 Sentinels. Even just one more copy so makes a difference. I usually don't care about whether a game will sell or not. I don't even care if Atlas ends up closing down one day. But I definitely don't want Vanillaware to disappear. Japan needs Vanillaware. And coming from motherfucking...
So the release for this game was apparently a little troubled. A lot of people were not into Vanillaware moving away from fantasy and the simplified gameplay. But Yoko Taro was one of them. And also, I believe... Was it Miyamoto? Was the other one? Said that this game was good. I think it was somebody in Nintendo. I don't remember the exact one. Sakurai.
Oh, yeah, if you got Sakurai and fucking Yoko Taro telling you need to play this fucking game, motherfucking.
Yeah, so like that got a lot of people in Japan to go like, oh shit, this game is, people care about this game, and then they got it and they started firing, and like it got a couple of awards in Famitsu. And well, it didn't, I don't think it won anything in the West. It got a couple of big nominations, right? We talked about this. It was nominated for Best Narrative.
Yeah, it was Game
Awards, and I believe it was also up for a DICE Award.
Let me see here. 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Let me see what we got going on here.
It did win some awards in Famitsu also.
Let me see. Awards.
I wish it got a little bit more praise, but I can also see why. It came out late last year, right around the time that the it was like a month before the next gen launched.
Okay, by the way, so I'm looking at awards. It won the award for Best Scenario and Best Adventure Game in the Famitsu Game Awards 2019, where it also got nominations. It got the nomination for Game of the Year, Best Graphics, and Best Rookie Game. It also received a nomination in the media category for the first one is Seiyun Awards, the only video game nominee that year.
Oh, so was that about the voice acting?
No. The Seiyun Award is a Japanese speculative fiction award for the best science fiction works and achievements during the preceding year.
Nice. So this got, well, yeah, it deserves it, but this got nominated for a fucking Real Boy science fiction award. Nice.
Yeah. Let's see.
It deserves it. It's like I said, it's very tropey, but it does it in such the best way. Like it plays on so many classic sci-fi ideals that are really cool.
Yeah. So no, like, and in Japan, this game got a lot of fucking love.
It took a while for it to turn around, but yeah, it got the love it deserved. In the West, I think it was a little subtle because it got, like we said, it got major delayed because of COVID.
Yeah. But
that really fucked up the dub's timeline.
But like I said, like we could go on and on about the twists and turns of 13 Sentinels, but I don't think we can really necessarily capture the full essence of it without like.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, I feel like we've discussed all the characters. Like, we haven't discussed some of them at length, but I feel like
Well, what
do I need to say about like Keitaro's story? He's a fish out of water. He's cool. He loves Japan.
Yeah, like Natsuno is literally a fucking. It's literally an 80s. Well, most of them, but. Natsuno is literally pulling the fucking 80s sci-fi movie of like, I found an alien, now we're gonna go do, cool alien stuff together, except it's really not an alien.
Yeah, that's her twist, is that she's actually been talking to the previous loop's AI for the Sentinel of Keitaro Mura.
Yep. Interesting, one of the few canonical ships that stay canonical, like, through the entire fucking thing, apparently.
By the way, I do love that they did throw that out, that, like, she and Keitaro were hooked up in 2188, and they still stay that way in the future version.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good comparison because they also do their effort to jumble up some of the stuff. Like, I actually find it quite interesting, and I'm glad most of the romantic loose ends end up better for most of the characters.
Yeah, like Izumi and Chihiro still get together. It's just they're programs now, but
yeah, it's them as AIs, and it's like I said, the only ones who kind of get shafted are Ryoko and Gota, but that's also because, quite frankly, that's the tropes they're playing. They're the kids playing the forbidden love. It's not really. Was it actually going to work out with somebody that much your senior?
Yeah.
But like,
and both of them had their own. And both of them had their own thing.
Yeah, both of them had their own shit going on. Very powerful stuff going on. But also, I was very concerned that we were going to get a little extra love triangle-y in some of the middle points of some of these stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's one of Megumi's underlying tones, is that she starts to get a little jealous and has to be like, no, don't be an asshole. You're not doing it for that reason. I love, by the way, her flash forwards about shooting people,
mm-hmm.
like that you think are real, and then it just fades out and she's like, no, that's dumb. But like, there is a little bit of concern. I think it's during Iori's version of the story that like, is Sekigahara attached to Ryoko-senpai? Nah, it's explicitly like she's his big sister because she looked out for him when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly with once the multiple Tomies get brought up, I'm like, oh, are we gonna like throw a wrench in here between the vibes that I love between Shu and Yuki? Oh, no, not even gonna bother. Like Amaguchi acknowledges the similarities, but he's also like, nah, Tomi's not for me. Honestly, I think he's more flirty with Miyuki and Naba than with present day Tomi.
Well, she is a popular, beautiful pop star,
Also, to be fair, she was communicating to him in his room at night.
Yeah.
That seems, mysterious and romantic.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the character of Miyuki Inaba, to differentiate herself from all the others, is like really great.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of those twists, by the way, that I was like, oh, they're the same person. because it's in like Tomi's prologue, I think, when she talks about her Inaba single.
Yep.
She's VTubing or whatever. I'm
Yep.
like, the moment the pop star's brought up, I'm like, oh, these are the same person somehow. Like, these are interrelated. I love that because the game is written in this spread out format, you can actually, like, some twists are locked to certain stories, right?
Yeah.
But for the most part, you can jump to any story at roughly the same completion level, and eventually all the information comes together, and it's a great web of foreshadowing. Like, talking about awards, just... I assume Vanillaware did most of the heavy lifting in this part, but just fucking, they deserve all the kudos for setting this game up, right?
Yeah.
Because, like I said before, it's a really complex story that all comes together to make sense in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are some lingering questions, but nothing about the actual, like, A plot, or I think any of the characters' major subplots are really confusing, and they all do actually mostly tie in together. Right?
Right.
Like,
I think there's a few...
You see the scenes from different POVs, and you see the themes, and yeah. Well, yeah, those were years well spent. But unfortunately, I think that means that, other than the fact that also my voice is getting tired as we near 4 hours,
Oh, yeah, I can
gosh,
hear.
is there any more we can say about the plot to this game? Like, it's really fucking good, guys. If you're still here and you haven't played it, first of all, shame on you. But also, second of all, buy it right now. Buy it today.
Also,
Buy
thank
5.
you. Also, I'll say thank you for sitting through 4 hours of this.
Yeah, it's mostly been 2 hours on 13 Sentinels, but yeah, well, we're approaching the 4-hour mission clock. We're at 3:48 and 30 seconds.
So, talking about the story, I'm not sure, but I will say, the VN aspect it's done in traditional Vanillaware fashion, so it's beautiful and very, very detailed in a lot of things and unique in some ways.
Map paintings in this are great, yeah.
Yes. The, speaking to people is fun, listening to other people talk is fun. The story, like I said, the story's a little weird because, as I said, it's a VN style of sometimes you have to do something maybe a little weird to get to the next point. Like, sometimes you have to listen to a conversation to get some information, or sometimes you have to, like, leave a classroom sooner than you would to catch someone who'd be passing by faster. So there's a lot of kind of... Oh, excuse me. You know, trying out different things, but... I think you probably maybe had a little bit harder time with this meat because I don't think I never, like, I think the one thing I only had problem was fucking Hijiyama looking for fucking spare chain. I'm just like, why am I doing this?
I mean, I didn't really have any problems. I was just like, because I didn't necessarily understand, like, what the flow of the game would be, I was like, there were moments when I'm like, wait, can I redo that event, or is this just separate? Like, the way this story was mechanically structured was like, okay, this is a fully new strand, so this is just a new plot line that I just go through, right? Different stuff happens now. Okay. Like, early I was a little confused and unsure about how it was going to play out. Like, I stabilized later, and I do really think that one moment with Hijiyama is, like, the only time where the game is, like, full-blown padding. But I do feel like they could have been a little tighter with, like, how you move from event to event. That said, I do like that you do actually, like, walk around and think about stuff and get extra information that way. There were a couple of early moments when, like I said, I was a little confused, and then, like I said, the thing with... Actually, no. Did you have any issues finding new lines for Ogata?
Ogata? No, not really, because usually...
I think I did, like, at least one unnecessary loop accidentally.
Yeah, because usually what it would be is I'd walk... Like, I think because the first time I did it, I walked off, I got into the fight, and then the train, but then I walked to the other side... Then I saw those two. They got on the train. Then I came back, talked more. Oh yeah, actually no. The cat. Yeah, no. Devilish does bring up the fucking cat loop took me like 5 minutes to fucking figure out.
Oh yeah, the cat thing with Yuri. Yeah, we talked about that last week. That was an early one for her, which was like, wait, okay, because you gotta walk over to the cat, but you can't walk too close. You gotta look back at Miwako and then think of the thing. That was another thing where it's like, okay, layout-wise, this is not great.
Yeah, that's not great. But you know, Ogata I didn't really have any problem with.
Okay. I think I just, one time I accidentally went too far left and triggered the fight again, which causes Tomi to leave, like she does in the actual memory, and then if that's not the thing that you need to happen, then you just got to do a loop again.
And again, I love the fact that you actually get to see the scene with Tomi, and see how that actually plays out, just not in the loop.
Well, and it does, and it plays out exactly like you think. It's just that Ogata makes slightly more sense, and he still gets into the fight, and Tomi's still like, all right, my train's here, buddy, bye. I also do love the thing that sets him off in that fight is that they insult Tomi. Like, insult Usami, and he's like,
He's like, listen.
He's like, what the fuck did you say to me?
I definitely love their character dynamic of like he's trying so hard to act like they try so hard to act like they're not into each other.
They're very soon to each other.
And it's
I love it. It's another classic archetype of like they're the catty ones, but also fucking Ogata gets up the bones to confess twice.
Mm-hmm. And then Tomy gives him shit for it.
Well, and then Natsuno explains why. He's like, dude, you're on open comms. We can all hear you. And he's like, is that not what we do right now? And then Jiro comes on and like, I thought it was cool. And he's like, Kuraba, you're not fucking helping me, dude. You're not helping me, my dude.
Listen, this like we say this shoves in like every sci-fi trope. It shoves just as many anime tropes or like Japanese.
Like, this is a send up of this is clearly the director watched a lot of 80s anime.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's actually said in one of these interviews that we got that he is actually like he was a kid in the 80s, so that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, no, like this is just, you know, this is a nostalgia bit for him, but this is the interesting thing about the 80s. We talked earlier about like video games that are older than you. Well, I've seen a lot of movies that are older than me because there was a lot of really classic action movies and sci-fi released during the late 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know if
Aliens, all that stuff.
I don't know if it's necessarily I want to call it the golden age, but it was definitely a very iconic age.
It was an iconic period for certain types of cinema. It set up a lot of tropes that continued into the 90s. And then, like, obviously our filmmaking techniques have evolved now. But it was a very classic setup. Predator, Alien, Aliens.
Did the Thing come out in the 80s? When did the Thing come out?
I believe it did, yeah. The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah, fucking Star Wars was that 79?
Return of the Jedi was 84, I think, was it? So it was Empire 80? I think one of them was 1980.
Yeah.
I know, but yeah, like that was late 70s, early 80s.
Then we have like
Ghostbusters, 80s, late 80s.
All of Steven Spielberg, Jesus.
Yeah, which are heavily referenced in this. E.T. Definitely Terminator 2. Was Terminator 1 also in the 80s, or was that a late 70s movie? Either way, Terminator's franchise was big in the 80s. This game also calls out a lot of those classic. The 80s was also, I believe, a peak period for Godzilla. Like, that was when Godzilla was a big swing in franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, again, those movies started in the 50s. But, like, it... And to be fair, this is not afraid to reference classic sci-fi. War of the Worlds is name-dropped a lot. It's one of Natsuno's skills, for instance.
Oh, Close Encounters of the Third Kind was 1977. Just have to check that real quick.
Yeah, but like you said, I don't know if Golden Age is the right word, but it was a very formative time for sci-fi cinema. So, yes, this game embraces a lot of those tropes. It was a formative time for, old sci-fi manga and anime.
Back to the Future was 1985.
Yeah, it was. Also, obviously, it's not explicit, but we are actually in 1985 in the simulation, so, like, obviously. Though it actually, I think it makes sense that they don't reference it because it wouldn't have been in Japan in the middle of 1985.
No.
It was made in America. Makes sense. But they still acknowledge the tropes, right?
Yeah, let's see. E.T. was 1982, so yeah, it could have came over.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, no, like obviously this game is a big send-up of a lot of classic tropes, and it does so in a really good way. But it also meshes in new concepts, right? Like, I think a lot of the solar colonization, the nanomachine shit, the Grey Goo Plague, like, those are more newer concepts that we've run into. Like, the simulation thing is straight up the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in a sense. I do also think that, like, while video games were a thing in the 80s, 80s sci-fi weren't really referencing it, you know?
No.
So, like, the fact that there are also so many video game commentaries in this is also like, I was in the 80s when this stuff happened. That's also when video games happened. So, you know. They don't explicitly reference Star Trek a lot, but the main weapon is called a phaser. Even though it really, to me, especially with the kill and stun mode, I am very much reminded of the Dominators from Octopath.
Yeah. No, that's on point.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, Matrix was weird. It was interesting that because they did location shooting, it appeared to be a simulation of sometime vaguely in the 90s. Because I believe that movie came out in 1999. well, and also I believe the original. I think the film. I think it was a film, or was it a manga? The original thing that established all the Sukeban, the girl trope, Sukeban Deka, that was in the 80s, which explains Yuki a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is just those tropes, you know? So yeah, no, it's a really interesting send-up of stuff, and like I said, you should check it out if you haven't. Buy it, buy a million of it, buy enough of it so that maybe they make a spiritual sequel. A direct sequel is not needed. This is one of those titles. They don't need a continuation of the story. I believe that after 5 years happened, everything's okay.
No, everything's fine. They don't seem to be panicking. Everyone's having their own lovey-dovey life, and they're thinking about bringing all the AI out into the world. We're good.
Well, so it's funny you mentioned that, Axe. I believe the implication is that there's about a bajillion of these probes that may all be running the same simulation.
Going to different planets, yes.
Yes, so there could be different versions of this loop if they wanted to get creative. I mean, I don't know. So they've simulated the wider world. The thing is that you got to remember that this is based around the efforts of a company called Shikishima, and all of the original project heads were mostly Japanese, and then the world exploded. So, like, the Japanocentrism actually makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because they're like, obviously it makes sense from a writer point of view. Like, okay, globalization is cool and all, but also, how are you going to get a Japanese company and a Japanese director who wrote a story very inspired by his Japanese 80s childhood to make a game that's as influential and important about, like, what life was like in the 90s in America, right? This is the important thing about write what you know, right?
Yes.
You have to embrace that and actually put effort into shit you understand. And obviously, me and Lucky, we're huge nerds. We get these references because we have watched shit from the 80s or shit that was influenced by shit in the 80s. You know, kind of this 80s nostalgia trip. Look at Stranger Things. Great show. Big on that 80s energy.
I think I never watched Stranger Things, but I remember Super 51. Was this called?
Yeah, Stranger Things is that is very much a hey kids, you remember Steven Spielberg and shit and Ghostbusters? We do. Literally, we remember it. We're gonna tell you those freaky stories, but with kind of our modern storytelling bent. It's good. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, so like you know, go out and buy it today or tomorrow or in 2188. I mean, it's fair. Like, that's honestly part of, like, Tomi's character, where she's like, man, 80s are quaint. But I could also see where, from a writing perspective, like, getting into these characters when they all have, like, smartphones and the internet and shit would be weirder. Like, the fact that there are multiple sectors in multiple time periods, they could have gone back and made the game majorly centered in the 1940s sector, but then that probably would have been weird, because they even acknowledged some shit where, like, originally Keitaro was like, the kaiju are an American weapon, it's super evil. And he's like, oh, no, Americans didn't build this, we built these. It's weird. Shit's weird, guys. Yeah, I don't want to say that it's a little awkward that they decided to set one of the simulations in the 1940s, but... because I don't know if for the great future of mankind, that's the best era of Japan to emulate, guys. I know it's interesting, but...
Well, I think it was to have an influence of strong nationalism, because...
Well, yeah, no, it's definitely... That's the values that the characters who lived in the 40 simulation took on. But
yes.
It's... No, Godzilla's the 50s. Like, I mean, yes, it makes the time travel tropes do, but, like... in the simulation, they have to deal with, like, air raids and shit. So I don't know if I guess it was just in the cycle once they picked the 80s and they decided on the 40 years it made sense, but it was like, from a practical standpoint, I'd want to be like, are you guys really sure you want to simulate late era World War II?
I think it is, because, like, as they said, also the post-war Japan, where they said after they got their shit kicked, and they're like, let's learn some lessons from this.
That's true. I suppose that Japan has definitely taken some cultural lessons from their imperialism, as most imperialist cultures have, it turns out. In the long game, that usually doesn't work out for you. You think it's cool for a couple hundred years, and then something bad happens, and you get your shit pushed in by somebody else, and you're like, oh shit, I can't hold on to all my empires. Fuck.
Oh no.
I broke it. that's happened with not only the Japanese post-war, but also the British and the French post-war. Germany got fucked over by trying to build an empire, period. I don't actually know how much empire building Russia did, but I know they've definitely had logistical problems in the past. China's empires are constantly imploding. Anyway, we're not here to talk about imperialism. But yeah, no. So like I think you could do some different plays with like some different eras as the focus, but the fact that he picked the 80s makes complete sense. Like,
yeah.
I follow that easily. It's the right crux point for all the feeling this game is trying to invoke.
Oh, it's same, not plus. Fuck. Yeah. But I think that
also I will reiterate. I want you to buy this game also to give remind everybody that Vanillaware makes RTSs that are good. And like I said, give me my HD at Grim Grimoire. I won't say that game is as complex, but it is a game that involves certain aspects of looping technology and does have very deep character arcs that you go through over multiple time periods. Like, it's funny to me having played 13 Sentinels and how much I'm like, wow, this is actually quite similar to the way you guys set up Grim Grimoire, but that's a very obviously fantasy tropey series.
fuck, maybe we should just do a fucking Grim Grimoire playthrough on this channel.
I'll do it. I got my disc somewhere. I don't have a PS2 to run it, but I got a disc.
Haha. I do have a system to run it. I just gotta get the Grim Grimoire game.
Well, our powers combine.
Fusion, ha. But I think we should probably call it here.
Yes, no, like I said, my voice is getting scratchy. We're over 4 hours on the recording. And we've petered out. We can talk over and over, like you said earlier, about how good the game is, but I think I hit most of the high points of like the various twists and turns and character stuff I loved.
Well,
I don't want to say it's a perfect game, but it's pretty good for having 13 protagonists.
I give it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if we've mentioned it recently because we've been talking about 13 Sentinels for 2 hours, but also the soundtrack, banger.
Soundtrack is banger. I'm gonna go listen to me some of Yuki Onaba. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can find just the whole fucking soundtrack.
Yeah, it's a pretty good soundtrack. I've been re-listening to a couple of the battle themes because it's a little chaotic when you're actually playing the game to hear them. But they're good too. Like very, very good stuff. We might be able to chat about it, X. I don't know if you got questions. You may also be able to reference back to our opinions in this audio. Okay, I have a big yawn. Okay, let's wrap up. Let's see. We hit our big 3 topics. We already had that discussion earlier where I don't think there was anything new to talk about.
No.
So I think, yeah, there's no, like, mentions of anything to keep an eye out for. Actually, wait, nope, there's one thing I want to mention.
Oh.
Just a little flick at the end. If you haven't seen it already, I did put out that, basically, Let's Play test of Henry Stickmin Collection.
Oh, yeah, you got
the first 2 games. It was about 20 minutes. It's got a decent number of views and got some comments, so people seem to like it. If you haven't watched it and you're interested in that kind of thing, do go check it out. Maybe leave a comment. I don't know if it'll be right away this week because I got a couple of other video projects to take care of at the start of the week. But I have seen a generally positive response. I'm interested in going forward with the rest of it. So let me know your thoughts either here or by watching that video also. Especially if you are actually interested watching it help. That was the only other thing I think I've got on my docket.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, it's time for the wraps up. Oh, actually, I was thinking to myself, wait, did Lucky want to talk about Final Fantasy XIV more?
Not really. I can talk about it next time. I'm still gonna be playing it in like a week from now.
Yeah, you're still playing it. You've been playing it all, well, not all video because there was that pause for reading, but you've been playing it on screen, so people know. Okay, I think that's everything. All right, well, let's outro. I hope you enjoyed this very special Aegis Rim episode.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm starting to, my body's starting to get stiff sitting in the chair so long.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I think the talk probably might have been a little bit more productive and flowed better if it wasn't for the constantly having to stop and yell at Discord. Because I probably feel like I had some
stabilized too, but we probably could have shaved out at least 15 minutes, if not 30, in actually being focused if we didn't skip around. But unfortunately, we deal with the technical problems as they come.
Because I feel like I probably had some more things to bring up, but I lost them in fucking translation.
Yeah, I think I definitely lost at least one thought, if not more, in a couple of those having to disconnect and reconnect. If you guys out there listening to the audio ever have a thought that we like half finished, drop it in the comments. Do try to avoid spoilers though for people, but you can drop them in the comments. And maybe we can read them and remember them for next week. Otherwise, they're probably gone forever, like Teardrops in the Rain. Blade Runner also, by the way, I'm pretty sure a movie film from the 80s. Or also late 70s, I don't know. Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep was the 70s, for sure. Anyway.
Seneca.
It's wrap-up time. Hey, if you're watching this video on YouTube and you like it, be sure to give it a like. If you have any comments, leave those in the comment section down below, like I mentioned before. You can also hit us up on our Discord. That link is, as always, in the description and on our channel page. A great place to hang out. And, of course, if you're new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel so you can always get our latest videos. See all kinds of fun stuff. Get future Henry Stickmin videos. Also, make sure to ring that bell for notifications, even if you're already subscribed, so you always know when we post a new video. I like to do premieres on these, and they seem to do decently with that. So, you know, that's always good to know that when they're starting.
Yes.
Because sometimes YouTube is, sometimes my machine or YouTube is feisty about letting me know that I've scheduled a video. Me6 is also bad at that as well. But notifications, turn them on. You'll always know when we're posting new stuff. And yeah, I think that's all of that. So don't forget to potentially join our channel memberships with that join button or link. And of course, like we said at the front of the show, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies. And it really helps us out. You can get this episode in audio format. Sorry, it's been 4 hours and 8 minutes raw time. But you can get this episode in audio format for as little as $1 a month or $10 a year. Get it early, downloadable, all that fun stuff. You can get other goodies at higher tiers, and it really helps us out and gets us shiny new things to try out, do stuff with.
Oh, I didn't finish my soda.
Rip. And I think that's just the end point of the show.
It's more water than soda now. Ugh.
That was the point we had.